That's wrong.
Morena koutou. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this morning's Kaipara District Council meeting. This is an ordinary meeting of Kaipara District Council. Today is the 27th of April 2022. We are coming from, the Kaipara District Council is meeting in person at the Mangawhai domain, and the elected members are present for that. But welcome everybody. I'm going to open this morning's council meeting with a karakia. Kia hora te marino ki whakapatu pounamu te moana. Hei hoa rahi mā tātou I te rangi nei. Araha atu, araha mai, tātou I a tātou katoa. I'm calling for apologies at this point, and we have apologies from Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, from Councillor David Wills, and all of the other elected members of the council are present this morning. So I would like to move that the apologies of Councillor Wilson-Collins and Councillor Wills be accepted, and I'm seeking a seconder for that. Councillor Joyce Paki, thank you. Is there any commentary? No, thank you. We're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Confirmation of the agenda is our next item, 1.3, and the agenda has been published. I would like to move the confirmation of the agenda as published. I'm seeking a seconder for that. Councillor Curnow, thank you. Is there any commentary, elected members? No commentary, thank you. All right, we're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Item number 1.4, conflicts of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest today, elected members, regarding the items on the agenda? No conflicts of interest. Thank you. Section number 2 of today's agenda, petitions and presentations. There are no petitions or presentations today. And now we move on to item number 3.1, which is confirmation of the previous minutes. And I have a comment here just before we put the recommendation, which is that there is a change to be made. There is an error in the minutes as written at section number 5.4 regarding some errant words have entered here at section number 5.4b, number 2. The addition of the words pahi wharf have been slipped in to a line which needs not to be there.
It's there on 3 occasions.
And it is there on 3 occasions. So exactly, it's 5.4, 1, 2, 3 times. So the officers are aware of this now. So notwithstanding that error and the correction of that, I'm looking for someone to please move this as a true and accurate record of that meeting. Councillor Curnow, thank you. And a second for that.
Yeah, I'll second it without.
Councillor Wethy, thank you. Is there any further commentary? No further commentary. Thank you. We're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? It's carried. Thank you all. Right. Moving on to item number 5.1. Oh, sorry. The confirmation of the, yes. Of the extraordinary minutes of Wednesday, the 13th of April. And so, oh, we did them at the same time, Mr. Maris, sorry. Sorry, so just, we'll just slow everybody down here, just so we could take it in its parts, if you wish.
No.
Or, so the mover here, councillor Curnow, sorry, just for the avoidance of doubt, are you you're happy for the recommendation, sorry, as written, which is regarding both sets of minutes for the ordinary council meeting of March and also for the 13th of April extraordinary meeting to both be included? You're happy for that? And councillor Webb, you're happy for that? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have already voted. Do we need to vote again? No? All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that, everybody. Moving very fast this morning. So thank you. Moving on to section number 5, the decisions for today's meeting. And section item number 5.1 is the petition by the Awakino Point ratepayers against the Dargaville Racecourse development. And regarding this item, I'm looking for an elected member to put this onto the table with the recommendation which is here. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, thank you. And Councillor Curnow seconding that, thank you. So this is onto the table. And for this item, we have Paul Vanders, who is presenting to us to explain here. Kia ora, Paul.
Good morning. Thank you, Worship. Councillors, you received, or you had the petition presented to you on the 23rd of February and indicated that it would be discussed at the April meeting. In the meantime, we have received the application for the plan change. And in terms of the provisions of the Resource Management Act, we have to proceed with that particular process in terms of Schedule 1 of the Resource Management Act. And therefore, it would be inappropriate for council to have an opinion at this particular point in time. Our recommendation is that the petitioners make a submission on the plan change when that plan change is notified. For the record, at this point in time, the application is under clause 23, further information that is being requested. We have not received all the information yet, so we cannot present it to the council at this point in time. Sometime it will be presented to council for a decision to either accept, adopt, or reject the particular plan change. And then we will notify the plan change and advise the petitioners to make a submission at that particular point in time. That's our recommendation.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for that. Questions from elected members here. Councillor Curnow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Paul, I've just got a question. It's a procedural question. The point C of the resolution is expressed in a very sort of assumptive way that the plan will be accepted into the process and that it will be notified. Is that appropriate that we are as bold as that in that third clause, given that we have not yet received the plan change in order to consider whether it be accepted or not?
I can change it to take out the indication that council would accept or adopt the plan change, and that when it is notified that they are advised to make a submission.
Okay, so
Sorry, so we need to do that here, right here,
Yeah.
hot and live. Tracy, would you be able to pull it up onto the screen so that we're able to see that? Thank you, Councillor Curnow, for that. So I'm making a hot live suggestion here regarding text change. And that would be that in the second line here, when it says, and that the petitioners will be informed, you would say would be informed if the plan change were to be notified and would be encouraged at that stage to exercise their right to make submissions.
add one extra step and say, would be informed should the plan change be accepted and then notified.
Would you say if the plan change were to be accepted?
Yes, because we haven't.
Correct, yeah.
Yes,
As the mover, shouldn't I be the one that,
Sorry,
yeah,
yes, we're just having a discussion around this.
yes. So I agree with the mayor's choice of words, that the petitioners would be informed should the plan change be accepted, with or without changes, because that is also one of the options. We can accept in full or accept in part
Correct.
or reject.
The Mayor, could I add a further gloss to the wording that you're finalising?
Please do.
And sorry, and Tracy's, be notified rather than is notified.
Because like in the scenario,
So we're just going slow, yeah. Councillor Vincent.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the scenario where, say, there was a private plan change request was received, and goodness gracious, it was exactly as per the spatial plan that we had foreshadowed this very thing would happen, and we were so keen to encourage development in that area that the council would decide to adopt the plan change as its own. Then, in that case, we need to allow for just adding those words to accept or adopt
Adopt.
yes.
plan change. Then that would completely allay my concerns I had about it.
Yeah.
So where would you put that in?
Accept or adopt. It says it accepts. I can't read that, but.
But it doesn't.
Can I, no, through you, Worship, and with
Yes.
the full answer to the mover, can I just suggest that you just change it so that agrees that staff respond to the petition organisers, advising them that the private plan change has been received and that petitioners are informed about the future process and their input.
That would be perfect.
Easy,
Just to start getting technical about that.
easy.
Very good.
Thank you.
Are informed about the future process and their input.
Yes. So can I,
So as the mover, councillor De Oliveira Woodcock.
can I clarify, Mr. Maris, that the petitioners would be made aware of a next step in the democratic process, in that there is a council decision? And that will be, notified as a public meeting.
Through you, Worship, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So councillor De Oliveira Woodcock, you're happy with this revised wording? Yes?
I am indeed. Very
Thank you. And as the seconder, councillor Curnow, yes, you're happy. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Maris. So are there further questions for Paul Vanders? Questions for clarification, process related questions here? None. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the input so far. So Paul Vanders, thank you. You may stand down. Thank you for your input here. Councillor De Oliveira Woodcock, statement, if you
yes.
would.
So my statement is to commend the community members who joined in the democratic process of council and presented a petition to the council to consider, to accept and to hear their views, and that this is commendable because it is part of the civic duty of people to become active and engaged with the democratic processes that we are lucky to have. So very pleasing, and thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
Just to add to that this is, now that the plan change has been received, this is potentially the beginning of what we know to be a long and convoluted process. So encourage the petitioners to to keep with the process and have patience as it unfolds.
Thank you, thank you. Elected members, are there further statements? No further statements. Thank you. Look, we'll go direct to a vote now.
Nothing further to add, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. So, as I said, we'll go direct to our vote now. So, all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5.2, which is our Kaipara District Libraries Strategy. And we have a recommendation for the council here to approve the Kaipara Library Strategy 2022-32. Councillor Curnow is wanting to move this and Councillor Joyce Paki is seconding this. Thank you. It's on to the table here. So Darlene Lang is going to be presenting and Lisa Salter, our Kaipara District Libraries Manager, is also here with us. And online, we also have Sue Sutherland and John Troutdale. Oh, no, we don't, sorry. We have Lisa covering all of the technical details and questions for us today. So, kia ora, good morning.
Through the chair. I will take the report as read. However, I would like to highlight a couple of things to you all. Thank you for your feedback at the briefings. We have captured all your feedback. With regard to the budget, the strategy provides us with the guidance and input to the next LTP. At present, the 2021-2031 LTP has budget in it for the library, so we may look at how this could be repurposed. The cost of the library strategy was $40,000. These funds were available in the library budget due to the New Zealand Library Partnership funding, which gave public libraries relief to assist in community recovery. I would like to also add that in the recent survey, a resident survey 2021-22, the question was asked, what improvements could be made to any of the district libraries, including Dagala Library? Of the 72 responses, 53 responses would be addressed by this strategy. Today, we are seeking your approval of the strategy, working towards silver in the 5 years and aiming for gold in the following 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. So elected members, are there any questions for clarification? Councillor Weddy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, Lisa, thanks for that. Look, I'm just wondering, and I just posed a question. The recommendation is to approve the library strategy, not noting it, but approving it. So that has a different connotation. And it is a broad brush approval. If you read the strategy, of course, the strategy gives 3 different options. It has a preferred one that they've recommended and then a flow-on effect. Do you think that we should have a more detailed recommendation to approve rather than just a broad brush approval of the strategy as a whole? Because this is quite a significant step to approve it. It automatically leads to a flow-on effect right through our long-term plans and everything else. And I'm just wondering whether or not you've considered having that recommendation giving some more emphasis to the recommended strategy rather than just a broad brush approval of the strategy as a whole.
Councillor Weddy, excuse me, for clarification, are you meaning the point that Lisa made at the end about the silver scenario that then in 5 years would be upgraded
That's right.
to gold? Is that specific?
Exactly, because that's
Speaking to?
the whole strategy is focused on those final recommendations, the priority they've given to the 3 recommendations or recommended options. And I'm just wondering, because this is a formal process that we're doing here, whether we should have been a little bit more detailed in our recommendation, highlighting what we were approving in that strategy. Because don't forget, this could end up being the next step, could be in the next term where there are new people around the table. And I'm just trying to make sure it's very, very precise and we don't end up with people then diving off down a rabbit hole.
My understanding is that the implementation plan on page 22 will make up the library business plan moving forward, and that will be accountable to each step of the process through council and our managers as we go through.
In that through to me, I suppose to that, the plan is in the strategy. So that's why we didn't go to so much detail in the recommendation. Because as far as we were concerned, it was outlined in the strategy of what was required.
Okay. I just think it's, personally, it's a bit looser than I would have preferred, but never mind. If other elected members are happy with that.
Thank you, councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Thank you, Lisa and Darlene. I have a couple of questions. On page 23, and this also might be one for Mr. Maris. It says a significant new development is proposed for Dargaville of mixed housing, a light industrial area, and a retirement village on the 46.7 hectare former racecourse, 2 kilometres northeast of the town centre.
This 23 of the document or 23 of the agenda?
Of the agenda, sorry.
Okay.
So page 3, below a graph of green and red. My concern is that if the council is to approve the strategy, it is akin to approving the development because the two are definitely linked. And that puts the council in a position of breach of the RMA and democratic process under the Local Government Act. I'm concerned about that.
So your question for clarification, or is this a statement?
It's a question to Mr. Maris and to the staff members of.
Through your worship, look, the wording is such as that it's proposed only. And it's just identifying the fact that it is proposed, so I don't think there are any concerns in that space.
Says if it goes ahead, last line on that page.
And through the chair, the numbers and figures that were stated in this report don't make any presumption based on that. It's just recognition that potentially the pressure is possible to increase if that development were to go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. My other question is about this work and this report, and how does that relate to prior reports and studies, feasibility studies and business cases that this council has commissioned in detail, where we looked at different options of where to house a library or build one. Can you talk to how that work and this work will work together or not?
So sorry, through the chair, I can probably answer the high level stuff, and Lisa or Darlene would. So that was part of the remit, that they were giving access to everything that had gone before, because we don't want to waste any ratepayers' money on things that have already been done, but recognising it needed a refresh, and obviously through the consultation process for LTP as well, we'd already started conversations. And Sue brings such a lot of knowledge about what's happening across the country. So it was bringing together the foundation information, historic information, stuff that had come through from recent consultations, as well as her overall strategic view about what a library could or couldn't be. Because I think what we don't want to do is build something that's answering the issues of the past. We need to answer the current issues, but also forward thinking in terms of how libraries can actually build communities and bring people together, which is really key with the environment that we find ourselves in currently. So all of that information was looked at, was shared, and was included in their work.
So thank you. And my other question is, from the strategy and from the advice that you gave the council in the last briefing, it was mentioned that there are, for example, the school holiday reading program is oversubscribed. There's only room in the Dargaville premises for 7 children, and 30 children would love to participate. And I was wondering, is does this strategy restrict council actually meeting that need? Because it's merely a strategy, but there could be ways of actually supplying that need and helping the children before such a thing as a new build or anything is committed to. Because we do have, you know, community centres that could be used or hired for school holiday programs. And I was wondering about that. It's like doing what we can with what we've got while we work on obviously what will be a much bigger project.
So, through the chair, the potential for a mobile service to start sooner than the physical libraries would give us the opportunity to take programs out to people. It also has a staffing component to it, to have staff available to go out and do those things. But yes, there is potential for us to be doing that. Absolutely.
Thank you, Sue. Sorry, Lisa. My final question is to the Chief Executive. In the report, it is mentioned that a possibility has been mooted around this table for the Dargaville Library to be funded by a trust of some form. And the report writers do mention that this is highly unusual and that normally such thing as a library is a council-owned asset and a strategic one. And so if I approve and vote to approve this, am I committing to for approval of a community trust ownership of our library rather than the council ownership?
So through the chair, that's what was put before council when we went through the LTP, and that was the conversation and direction that we were given at that time. The library strategy doesn't do that, and obviously the world has also changed. So part of the discussion we're having around the Better Off package, which we need to discuss with elected members, would be to use that funding, if we accept the funding and if Three Waters goes ahead with all those caveats, to use to build libraries. So that would obviously not be a trust, but that again is something up for flux. So it doesn't commit you to anything other than what we've already committed to in the LTP.
So in the LTP, it is specific that Dargaville would search for a donor trust.
So that was part of the conversation around that whole civic precinct. So that's the direction we have at the moment. However, things could change as we progress through Three Waters. And I know that's also a conversation that elected members are very, very much live with. So we can't make any presumptions. But the report that came to council and that will come back to council around that Better Off package may be an alternative to use that funding for a library. So then that would change. So in terms of commitment, it commits you to nothing new than we already have. But that could change.
So that doesn't allay my concerns, Chief Executive, because I do not believe that it's our role to premise this approval of the strategy on the basis of the Better Off package, which is another political matter that has not become material yet.
So through the chair, absolutely not. I'm not making any presumptions. All I'm saying is in relation to this paper, the direction that council gave us was to investigate a trust. That's being reflected back. So that's not new. That was your direction, which we're following. I'm just highlighting for the sake of the public and for everyone in this room that an alternative may be coming forward, which may be equally unpalatable, but is another potential funding stream that we will need to discuss. But ultimately, as officers, we take direction from council. So it will be council's decision as to how you would like to progress this. I guess the paper is about the need though. So focusing on this paper is about recognising the need, and officers are putting forward options for you to consider. And the option in this paper is the direction that you have given us is nothing new, so.
So I'm hearing you say that the strategy does not presuppose political will or decisions of the council may make in the future about ownership of the library.
So this paper reflects the decision and direction that council have given us as officers.
Hopefully that's clear for you now, Councillor Tillavaris-Wilcock, based on all the work that we've done and all our consultation with the community regarding the long-term plan and all of that engagement that was last year and the year before. So nothing's changed. Are there further, sorry, a ninth question, councillor De La Barris-Wood.
Yes. So, should a new elected body of representatives decide to, that it is not moot to contract out ownership of a library to a trust, that is possible, yes or no?
So through the chair, absolutely. We take direction from council.
Thank you very much.
Elected members, are there any further questions for clarification regarding the library strategy? No further questions. Thank you, Darlene. Thank you, Lisa, for your very good work in this space for all the people of Kaipara District. And so just before you leave the stand, yes, it is extraordinary to have a body of work here that actually pulls across all the periods of time and everything in the spaces. So thank you for the work you've done here. Thank you. Councillor Curnow as the mover here. Kia ora for a statement.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to, reiterate the thanks to the library team and to Sue and the consultants who've worked on this. It's not a new problem. Council officers have been telling council for over a decade that the existing library is inadequate and at times and in ways unsafe. So, and council has gone backwards and forwards in lots of different directions on how to solve this. This report gives us a really thorough and detailed look at the existing state of our libraries and how we perform against others, which is poor. And that is due to the poor resourcing over decades, and to be fair, probably some poor decision-making in the past. So this strategy gives us a roadmap on how we might fix that. Each step is going to need more detailed work, but that's what a strategy is. It's the top level roadmap on how we might get to where we want to go. So I look forward to seeing what can be implemented out of existing budgets and where there are projects or steps that are going to need additional budget or a different approach, of seeing those come back to council at the appropriate stage. So yeah, just thanking staff and the consultants. This strategy gives us a way forward from the fairly poor state that our libraries are in, not through any fault of the staff, because they have been trying to tell us this for a long time, and this is now our way of responding to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce Paki.
Through the chair, I just want to echo the sentiments of Councillor Curnow. It was an enjoyable read, the strategy. I thought it covered off quite a few sentiments that have been shared across the community. I'm hopeful that work has been done and there is a plan. And, you know, where we take it from here is the interesting part. But, you know, the community need a hub. They need somewhere to go to. We've talked about it already this morning about digital connectivity. That is the way or the desire to push our community into that virtual world. So they're going to need support to be able to do that. And I see the library as one of those places where whānau will gravitate to get that support. So yeah, I'm excited that we've seen a strategy. It seems to tick a lot of boxes from where I'm sitting. There's quite a bit of uncertainty around how we get there, but nonetheless, it's great. Thank you for all the work you've done so far. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you. Elected members, are there further statements? Councillor De La Barris-Woodcock.
Yes, so thank you, Lisa and Darlene, for presenting. And I support the strategy. It is crucial how we how we respect and care for our young and our elderly and our most vulnerable. And also, everybody in a community is reflected in such things as libraries. And the Dargaville Library, I have been a long supporter of, and it has helped my family to become literate and educated and to feel part and belong to Kaipara, West Kaipara Dargaville. 11,500 people need a library in Dargaville, and there are also equivalent needs across the district. So this is a momentous strategy because it is a commitment to ratepayer expenditure and not in small amounts. It is also, I refuse to entangle it with anything to do with the Three Waters because that sullies the principle of the civic responsibility we have as elected members to respond to our community's needs and requests. And in terms of library services, in the 6 years nearly that I've been an elected member, it has a repeated response that there is satisfaction and appreciation for the library service in Kaipara. And no matter how humble, it is acknowledged and appreciated. And that is testament to Kaipara's can-do attitude. With a small little building, people can still go in there and feel safe and borrow books and learn things. So I believe that this is a good strategy because it has had an outsider look and take a big overarching study of our district, how it's growing and what its needs are now and in the future. So I commend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Elected members, are there further statements? Quick statement from me. This Kaipara District Council Library Strategy has been a very, very, very long time coming. Basically, there's never been one that's ever done this. And so I would like to congratulate our excellent staff and management for the vision and courage to bring forward the opportunity for a Kaipara District Library Strategy right now. And that under this council is something that we can all be very proud of. The importance for getting good decision-making and strategies in place for the future that we can go back to and say, here is the document that guides us and points the way for our future, is something that I believe is important for very sound governance that this council is doing again and again and again. We've just done it with Poto Road Phase 2 as an example, where a strategy, if you like, a design study is now sitting ready for funding from somewhere else. Hopefully not from our ratepayers alone, but funding from somewhere else for that. And this strategy also points in that same direction, that the council is doing what it best can with its limited resources to get all of the thinking in place and the correct analysis done for the best of our people for whatever the future holds. Page 15 of this strategy talks to the future for local government review. We don't know what that review is going to say about Kaipara District or its territory space into the future, but what we do know is that the communities of Kaipara District right now are being very, very well served by this strategy that is before us today, into whatever future may be ahead. And that is the very best responsible thing that we can do at this moment in time. We will cross the next steps as we come to them, but for now, I would like to celebrate the fact that we have a Kaipara District library strategy to even be being able to consider adopting. So thank you, Lisa, again, for all your wonderful work, and Darlene and the team. And I support the notion of there being a Kaipara District library strategy, and for this strategy, which is really smart and clever, and is our kind of thing that's done in the Kaipara way. So I commend it. Thank you. Any further statements? Councillor Kerno.
No, nothing to add.
Nothing further. Thank you. All right, elected members, councillors, we'll put this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Tracy, if you'll record that. Thank you. Excellent. There's your library strategy. Go forth and multiply. Lots of happy books and digital ebooks, Lisa. Good luck. Moving on to item number 5.3, please, councillors, the revised terms of reference for the Joint Climate Change Adaptation Committee. And I am happy to move this item, and I'm seeking a seconder here. Councillor Joyce Paki, thank you. And for this item, we're joined today by Katie Simon, who's our climate change policy advisor lead. And so morena, Katie.
Kia ora koutou. Yeah, good to see you in person. Actually really excited. Not actually, I am really excited to be here and be here in person. So this report presents a recommendation to council that council adopts the revised terms of reference for the joint committee. I'll take the report as read, except that there was a question that came through from a councillor regarding potential conflicts of interest and governance, a governance related question, which if possible I'll refer to Jason, Mr. Maris, as our governance expert instead of my attempt to provide the answers. So, and is that all right with you? Yeah, cool.
Through your worship, if I can, I think Councillor Woodcock, I think the question was about conflicts and whether or not there were, with the addition of a Māori ward coming up in post-elections, yeah? So a couple of things I'd say there. The terms of reference we set today, and all the councillors today, apply from henceforth on.
Yes.
There is a need to change them. It's been identified from now on, so that's why it's in front of the council today. A couple of points about Māori wards though. So the new Māori councillor, when elected, will, like even all the other councillors, declare that they will make the decisions in the best interest of the district. So that applies, so there's no difference between the application of the Māori councillor and say yourself and your ward, actually. And also the incoming mayor has the ability to look at the broader picture about where the elected members and councillors are appointed to at the election as well. So there is not a conflict as such.
No, okay, so.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maris. So, Katie.
And there's a second recommendation that council agree that the joint committee isn't discharged during the local government election. So that's probably the more major of the amendments to the terms of reference. The others are quite technical, very minor, but it is a technical process that because this is a standing committee under the Local Government Act, each member council needs to adopt any minor change to the terms of reference. So we're just doing our due diligence in that process. So that's pretty much it. Yep. Besides that, I'll take the report as read.
Thank you. So question from me regarding that piece regarding the not being discharged at the local government elections. That means, of course, linked with Mr. Maris's last comment, that after the election, if you like, the committee sails on, if you like, and then a new councillor will, and representatives of Kaipara District Council will join that committee. So its work continues rather than having an absolute break in the system. Yes, that is the intent of this.
If I can just add to that, Your Worship, so essentially what it does is it stops each councillor having to go through the whole process again of setting up a joint committee, which takes, easily 3 to 5 months. It just enables that work to continue.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a even greater level of subtlety. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Katie, and elected members, are there any further questions for clarification? Councillor Wethy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Katie, you might just expand my knowledge on this. Looking at the terms of reference and in the background, it quite clearly states that it's essential that councils, communities and iwi hapu work collaboratively to ensure effective, etc., etc. The formation of the joint committee of the 4 councils and iwi hapu is fundamental to ensuring these outcomes, etc. And then it goes on and explains the formation of the committee. There is a bit of a disconnect there, because at the beginning it's talking about making sure that councils, communities and iwi hapu work together, but the joint committee doesn't have any community representatives on it. So could you just explain why there's no committee? Because, we're looking to, as a council, sell this whole concept when we get recommendations to the communities who haven't been represented on the committee that's forming the recommendations. So it's going to be a hard sell.
But I could see how that could be slightly confusing. The communities, there will be some engagements through strategy, which is the next item, and I can talk through that a little bit more. So we have our communications, different staff across the different councils supporting this CAT. So they are a part of CAT, and they are working quite diligently right now to get a whole kind of comms and engagement approach to support the strategy, to support the joint committee and CATs and the work and the purpose of the group. So I think, and that's what that is meant to represent, and kind of in how that's addressed by bringing the community in, and then as elected representatives of the community, representing the community, I guess is kind of what that's also meant to encapsulate a little bit. I didn't physically write this, so this was written by a staff member at NRC. We have all provided input, and I can bring that back if that is a point of consideration to the joint committee as well at the next meeting, if that's.
It's certainly an issue, I think, which will become, sometime in the future. For example, we, as I think the Mayor's already explained, have all sworn an oath when we were elected to represent everyone in the best interest of the district and the ratepayers. So we're representing everyone. And it would seem that here we've got somewhat of an imbalance. And again, this is because I think, and I'm just expressing an opinion that I get regularly, we're going down into co-governance, and Karen may be able to explain a bit more. And what does co-governance mean? I don't know whether people widely understand that. It doesn't seem to be if you read the media all the time. And what we're getting here, we're getting a 50-50 committee made up of iwi hapu representatives and council representatives. But council representatives already represent 25%, in our case, in Tokura district, 25% of the people who are Maori ethnicity. So if you look at it from a straight maths point of view, that means you've got more than a co-governance. You've got 50% plus 25% of 50%, which is another 12.5%.
Councillor Wethy, is this a question?
Yeah, I'm getting to the stage. I'm saying, was this considered? Because we've got to think of what the end objective is selling the communities at large, and we've got a select body that's now a joint. It's a joint, but it's a standing committee of councils throughout the north making recommendations. So I'm just concerned. I'm not talking about the issues now. I'm talking about the selling point way in the future, and not ending up doing all this work now and then not getting a buy-in.
Your question, Councillor Wethy, your question for clarification.
I want to clarify, was this talked through and discussed during the formation of these terms of reference? Because this is quite a significant point. I'd hate to see a huge amount of work and then it sort of run into a roadblock because it hasn't been structured correctly at the beginning. And just having community representatives on the joint committee might have actually solved this problem completely.
I will attempt to respond to that. Bear with me if I don't exactly answer your question. So what I think you're asking is around the makeup of the committee.
Yeah.
And that there's iwi and hopu representatives, mana whenua representatives, and that there's elected member representatives. But is it either the absence of community representatives or that there's a potential double counting, if you will, of mana whenua representation? Is that?
Well, the two of them are somewhat linked together. It would be completely solved if there were 4 community representatives, one from each of the districts, on the committee as well. Then you would have no debate on this.
It's a possibility. That would be a very intense process to go back and look at the terms of reference again and the foundational purpose of the joint committee. And then to bring that change to all of the councils. It's not off the table. It's there, but that I can't speak for all the other councils, my other staff, members of, the working group. So that is something we have to go back, discuss with them, as well as our hopu and iwi partners who have spent a huge amount of time and inputs, and in strengthening our relationships and honoring our agreements that we have with Te Reo and Te Roroa. So that would be, I can't give you a direct answer to that, but it is a possibility. It would take a while to do that because the joint committee it took over a year to get established. So to do a major change with everything that's going on and the strategy that I'm about to bring to council next item would be a lot, but it's not off the table. It would require a bit of resourcing.
Through you, Worship, if I could, thanks, Katie, and Councillor Worthy, I think this hasn't changed on the original terms of reference that were adopted by council. So that hasn't been one of the technical changes that have occurred here. But what we can do is just take that feedback back for a future iteration to get clarity for you, Councillor Worthy.
Yeah, I think I appreciate that. I think it's an important thing looking into the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Question for clarification, Councillor De Livaris Woodcock.
So the roles and responsibilities provide direction, make recommendations to member councils. Okay, so those are strong words, providing direction and making recommendations. So we've got one elected member from 4 councils, but the iwi hapu members are appointed. They do not go through an election process. Is that correct?
They were appointed by council and approved by council in December 2020. Oh gosh, December 2021. So council actually approved them. You went through this process and approved them, and it's Fiona from Te Reo and Snow Tane from Te Roroa.
But the point is they're not elected by the democratic process through Maori seats or Maori ward elections.
Well, no, because at that point that didn't exist as a possibility, but also it was in honor of our memorandum of understanding and our mana enhancing agreements. So our existing agreements that we have with mana council, and also honoring Te Tiriti in treaty. So that was the reasoning behind that process. And also based on what feedback we had for the joint committee around need for strengthened relationships across Te Tokura.
Hold on. So.
And it was a decision that this council made.
Yes, but our decision is to adopt the terms of reference, which specifically set out the co-governance arrangement of 50% elected people and 50% appointed people who are not elected through the democratic process. Correct?
Yes. So roles and responsibilities 1 through 7, there are no changes to that. There have been no changes. So this recommendation is minor technical changes that follow. Council has actually already adopted exactly that writing already. That has already happened. So I would just like to point out context because it's
so
pretty.
So I'm going to ask a question for clarification here. So if council today were to say that we don't adopt this, then there is already the existing terms of reference that we have adopted would remain in place with all of its terms and conditions and approaches would remain in place until such point as it would be replaced or upgraded, which is what this sort of process is that we're looking at today.
It's just the three changes listed in the.
Yeah, correct. So the notion of, gosh, this is brand new and we've never considered it before would not be correct. And we have, if you like, a current terms of reference that is operative.
Yep.
Yes?
So is that meaning, NRC is adopting the revised terms of reference, WDC is adopting the revised terms of reference, FNDC. So then we would have to go back to the joint committee and say KDC hasn't adopted the revised terms of reference, bring that back and then approach it so that we're still honouring the requirements under the LGA Central Committee, because we then would have adopted different terms of reference. So we'd have to work through that, but KDC would have adopted a terms of reference for the joint committee. Yes. It's just that point.
Already done.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yeah, just for the avoidance of doubt, I'm just trying to get that clear so everyone's clear in this space. Thank you. Okay, so are there further questions for clarification here? No further questions. Thank you, Katie. You may stand down. Thank you. So the Joint Climate Change Committee for Te Tai Tokura is an interesting piece of governance in all of Northland. And these terms of reference, as we've just discussed, are already working and have already been working, and today represents an opportunity to upgrade and just make a few changes to what has already been in place. So the simple perspective from me is that in this space where we are, that the work of this joint committee is important, and noting here change number B regarding the committee not being discharged at the local government election will help to provide a sense of continuity and smoothness into the future when there are already plenty of other changes afoot, especially regarding elected personnel. So there is just a very simple process for us here today, and it's an interesting one. Kia ora. Councillor Joyce Paki.
Through the chair. Kia ora, Patty. Kia ora for your work on this massive piece of mahi to date. I've heard the comments, and I suppose for me, this is really simple. So we have been koha two incredibly intelligent Maori to sit on that committee who are sitting in governance positions. They're reporting to governance through operational roles. So they are the head of environmental operations for mana whenua. So I think we are in safe hands being koha Fiona Kemp and Snow Tani. I think that is the perfect way to land this kaupapa and have them representing mana whenua. They are appointed paid positions to do exactly what this climate change committee needs. They're connected in the community. So I'm a little bit frustrated at how we went down a rabbit hole here, because it was really just about critiquing some things that had been missed and looping things together. So I wholeheartedly support this. I think it's a easy win to refine it, align ourselves with our other councils, and
That's all I've got to say.
Kia ora. Elected members, councillors, are there further statements?
I have a statement.
Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, statement.
So I do not support this terms of reference. It's about the principle. It is not about personal. So New Zealand is experiencing upheaval and turmoil that is coming at us from central government, and it's setting all sorts of processes in place that the broader community have not had a chance to debate and discuss. And my concern.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. Councillor Vincent, your point of order. Will you please explain your point of order?
The irrelevance, I guess, in that the matter of debate is whether or not to accept amendments to the terms of reference. It is not whether or not to accept terms of reference.
Order, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That's upheld, the point of order. So councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, if you'll please just amend your statement and correct that line of travel. Thank you.
So I believe that the discussion about remuneration of elected, not elected, but appointed members to the joint Climate Change Adaptation Committee is part of a broader issue of representation that needs to have further discussion. I believe that for this committee to do its work effectively, if there are unelected members on the committee from iwi, hapu, there should also be balanced, unelected and appointed.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. We're going down the same path.
So
If I may complete my point of order.
Point of order, yes, please, councillor Vincent.
If we either accept or don't accept the remit that is in front of us, if we don't accept it, we still have those appointed members on that panel.
Sorry, but your point of order
is the irrelevance.
It's about irrelevance. So again, councillor De Lavaris, so upheld here, councillor De Lavaris, if you can just focus, please, your statement here.
I do not uphold the revised terms of reference because I believe the committee and the membership and the remuneration of such needs to be looked at again. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. Further statements, councillor Curnow, then councillor Wethy. Thank you.
Yes, I remind my fellow elected members that this is a minor set of changes to an existing terms of reference and a structure that this council has already approved. Regarding many of the other points raised, all I can do is suggest to my colleagues refresh themselves on sections 6, 7 and 8 of the Resource Management Act.
Thank you. Councillor Wethy, statements.
Yes, I acknowledge that this recommendation that we're seeking to adopt is for minor amendments, and I certainly am not going to withhold support for that. And I'm heartened by the fact that Katie and others on staff who are members of that committee will just express the concerns that have been raised here. But I guess as far as this motion is concerned, I'm happy to support the amendment.
Thank you. Are there further statements, elected members? No further statements. Thank you. We're bringing this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against?
Against.
Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5.4, the decision on the Te Tai Tokura Climate Adaptation Strategy. And I am happy to move this item regarding this adoption, and Deputy Mayor Curnow will second that. Thank you. So Katie, Simon, welcome back to the chair. Kia ora.
Getting my steps in. So this report presents a long time in the process, long time coming recommendation that council adopts the Te Tai Tokura Climate Adaptation Strategy, which is attachments A, B, and C to the reports. I will take your report mostly as read, but I am going to highlight things, and there were a couple of questions that came through that I will preempt and provide a response to as I go through. Council has seen a draft version of the strategy last year, in spring of last year, and provided feedback and inputs and recommended changes. Those changes and feedback have been put into the strategy. I won't go into the detail of that, but I'm just kind of highlighting the process. The joint committee received the final draft version, 1.1 almost, I guess, of the strategy in November of last year and endorsed it. There have been some minor changes based on layout and just visual kind of aesthetic and ease, including the forward. So that was presented to the joint committee in March, and the joint committee has endorsed it, those changes as well. So the strategy you see before you is the living document final draft, if you will. So it isn't a set in stone document. The strategy is a living document. So we are, and there's a review plan within the strategy as well to support its relevance as a living document. And I will get to that in just a sec. I do want to quickly speak to the financial implications. I think that might be the most, and I'm happy to answer questions as well, but just focus on that, particularly around the development of the strategy. There was no KDC funding except staff time, which is a resource, obviously, that went into that, but that's as my role as a member of CAS. But there wasn't any additional funding that went to develop the strategy, and NRC a majority of the funding for that. So that is in response to a question from Councillor De La Vars Woodcock around the cost to develop the strategy. So the cost was staff time as a captain. The priority actions, we've done a bit of an assessment around on the KDC side of things. There's 46 priority actions. What's potential cost would be to implement those, because council does decide to adopt, shifting into this, keeping it alive, relevant as a living document, and focusing on implementation through the priority actions. So I'm just going to quickly unlock my laptop. There's only 10 of the 46 actions at this point that would potentially require further resourcing, which would not happen now. That would happen through the LTP, the next LTP cycle process. And there'd be appropriate business cases developed. But the majority of the actions council's actually already doing through our climate change work program. So we are addressing the major actions through our climate change work program. It really is cementing an aligned approach, a strategic approach, a commitment to action, and just actually supporting our climate change work program across the region. So I just wanted to kind of emphasize that in the financial. There is external funding that also will be coming to support some money related to this, and that's explained to me, so I won't go into too much detail. In terms of the next steps review process, if the strategy is adopted by council, there would be two upcoming kind of reviews. They're both minor, but they are to the document relevance. And this would be supported by CAP. So we have 7 to 8 core CAP members who would be supporting that review process, as well as our wider CAP fauna of over 20 members. So there's a lot of people who'll be able to contribute expertise and time. And that's in August with the release of the National Adaptation Plan, which is considered a minor. So it would be basically making sure it's relevant technically, and if there's any changes. The National Adaptation Plan is really around addressing climate risks that were identified in the National Climate Change Risk Assessment. So at this point, council staff aren't sure exactly what is going to be in the National Adaptation Plan. There's been a bit of confusion. The walls are moving a little bit, as we know, with legislation, especially in the climate change and RMA space. So we just need to make sure we are keeping our adaptation plan adaptive. And then the second one is with Mana Whenua engagement and Maori engagement. We have received feedback that we needed to do better engagement from the beginning. So that is something we are improving as CAT. We aren't sure at this point whether that's the feedback input that comes from that increased engagement will be minor or major, but we will work through following the review plan here, we'll make a determination on that, go through the joint committee and come to council, absolutely, if it requires. But just to give you a heads up on next steps around that, there is an interim website and branding being developed, which I'm really excited about. It's looking really good. So that will help with the communication and understanding across the region. See, I think that's pretty much it. I'm happy to answer any questions on strategy, in particular on the process that's led up to the strategy, implications and next steps, any element of it. Yep. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Kerno.
Well, thank you, Katie. It's a huge piece of work. It's takes some wading through. I just had a question in your report that accompanies the strategy. Under next steps, there's a lot of emphasis on reviewing the steps that are outlined in the plan, and I just wondered, is that a wording thing, or is there actually, when do we start doing stuff? Because when I read this, it's like, we're going to adopt the strategy and then we're going to have a look at what we said we were going to do and think about it again. So is there, how soon do we start doing stuff?
Yeah, so a lot of it we've already started.
Okay, that's good.
So it's more, like, for instance, one of the actions is around developing coastal adaptation programs, which we are well underway with what our adaptive pathways pilot and move-wise. So, or doing climate risk assessments. We've completed our first past climate risk assessment for council. So there's actually a lot of work we're already underway. So really it will actually be, okay, what of this haven't we started? How much of a priority is that for council? Does it even require for the resourcing, or is it maybe tweaking existing business that we already do? You know, what staff are already doing, supporting them in their work. And so that is what will be the focus of CAT essentially. And across, there are some joint kind of cross-council actions. That's also what we'll be looking at. How can we progress that? But it is really kind of focusing on now that if there's an agreed, you know, if council adopts and there's agreed aligned approach, now we really need to look at how well we're doing that and what else we need to do.
Okay, so it's more of a wording thing.
Yeah, yes.
Another question, towards the end of the strategy, it talks about the reporting to councils being where relevant. I'm still a little, I think it's on page 145 of the agenda.
145?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'll just, reporting, yes, progress will also be reported to individual councils and committees where relevant. I'm just wondering whether that needs to be, something a little bit more deliberate, because the way it reads, it's sort of like whenever you guys feel like it. To me, that just feels a little bit loose for something that is so fundamental to our future as a district that this is done right. So I just wondered whether there's an opportunity, whether it needs to be in the strategy or whether there needs to be something that sits outside the strategy that says we'll report quarterly or twice yearly or whatever it is, that there is something that comes back to this council. Yeah, I'm also just, I think I mentioned this when it first came back, that for me in climate change, you know, there's an awful lot of very scary stuff that comes down the road, but if we apply our minds to the opportunity kind of thinking, and I believe I did last time, and I see that there is the statement, I think Amy's introduction says that, yeah, that it's opportunities to, she talks about opportunities to thrive. But I'm just not quite sure I see that flowing through here. Is there another way that that's happening? Is there a connection through to Northland Inc. who are looking for opportunities or something like that?
Yeah, I would say there's an opportunity. Some of the partnership priority actions that are identified. So there's and I'm trying to find the specific action, apologies. There's inter-council collaboration opportunity. There's adaptation funding opportunities, and that's towards the end. There's also community drought resilience opportunities as well, actions. So it's highlighted through probably some of the priority actions, but we will need to kind of unpack that and look at what that actually means in terms of communities. I would say it's one of the opportunities are embedded in the work that we're doing and how we engage with communities and how we communicate what comms messaging and material we're putting out around it. So it's tricky because I can't present that to you and how I'm saying, Thora, here's the strategy, and here's what we're going to do now. Because I do think a lot of the tone comes through in comms material, in the websites, and our FAQs that we'll be putting out. So I apologize that I can't show you that, but that has been taken on board. And
okay.
I think that a lot of the conversations happening with the communication staff is really around, we need to be having, along with, this is urgent and important, but this is also it's opportunity for change. It's
not all about people's houses being swept away with the sea. It's actually about changing climate, which potentially there are opportunities. There are new industries that are going to be born out of this, and
coffee growing at Carmel.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification of Katie? No further questions. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Katie, for your work here and before you leave the chair, and for your ongoing work as our policy lead for climate change and climate adaptation inside Kaipara District Council. And I know how important your work is as one of the lead agents here in all of Northland, Te Tokura, in this space. That the rest of the region looks to you as one of the leaders here. So thank you for the work that you're doing inside Kaipara District Council here, and I'm acknowledging that today. So thank you for that. Statement here from me regarding the strategy. This has been a long time coming. I'd like to pick up the point that Katie Simon just made about this being a living document. It's as big as a forest, really, and some people would say it's forests worth of trees. Thank heavens it's a digital document. It's a very large document in size, but it also it covers a broad range of the issues that across the region, the communities that are affected. It works in 3 dimensions and 4 dimensions. It works across a panoply of challenges and opportunities which are ahead of all of us in this region. The other councils have already adopted this. So Kaipara District Council here today is the last council to get this document in front of it for official consideration. The work of climate change, as we already know, is ongoing. It's something very serious for councils, and Kaipara District Council, we particularly take sea level rise issues and responsibilities very, very seriously as a council, which I can tell you in central Otago they don't need to do, for their climate change work. So if we look at district councils across New Zealand, they all have very different approaches, but ours has both a bottom-up and a top-down lens that we get as Kaipara District Council here in a very, very safe strategy designed for a long-term future. It is reflexive regarding the way it will be able to adapt and change and grow into our future. And again, reiterating that point of this being a living document. I would like to, as Kaipara District Council's representative on this committee, I have contributed very much the Kaipara District voice of these councillors here into this work. I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, who could not be here today, who's also attended this meeting on occasion for us. And I would also like to commend Louise Miller, the Chief Executive of Kaipara District Council, who of the Chief Executives of the 4 councils of all of Northland is the one who has been, if you like, the overall governance project lead manager for all of this work. Is actually been with Louise in that division of responsibilities across the region. So acknowledging, Louise, your leadership here as well. Very much leadership in the background.
Yes, so let's be honest.
Very, very much. But
Very much in the background.
But nevertheless, we are saying that work is absolutely acknowledged here. So thank you for that. And I commend this climate change strategy to us as the reflexive living document that it is, that will adapt and change and bend with us whatever is coming next. So thank you to everyone for the work here. Deputy Mayor Anna Curnow.
Just to echo the Mayor's comments on the extent of this work is enormous, but then it is an enormous thing that it covers. So it's appropriate that it's that. And I really look forward to seeing it start to roll out and seeing these actions start to take place, which they already are in some cases. But thanks to everyone who's been involved in this, and look forward to hearing more about how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements from councillors? Councillor De La Varas Woodcock.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak?
Sorry, I'm chairing the meeting. Thank you, Councillor De La Varas Woodcock. You are next. You are the next.
I do not support them. I think that it represents everything that is wrong with local government. It is a 111-page strategy. There is no implementation plan. There is no implementation plan talking about one tree that will be planted or one wetland that will be created. It has a lot of words about risk assessments. It has a lot of words about improving knowledge and understanding. It has a lot of words about growing relationships, but it doesn't talk about any specific, measurable, concrete, and material actions. And I am speaking against it because I have learned in the process of being an elected member that we sit around this table and we adopt strategies. And it feels to me like we are window dressing a process of spending our ratepayer dollars on paper or digital documents that are slick, that have had hundreds of hours of desktop design go into them, and they've had all of the right words and all of the right phrases put into them, and nothing is getting done. Nothing is getting done. We have Te Uru Rākau, we have government funding to plant trees. I put forward to this council, to our chief executive, 436 hectares that council owns. We could have got $1.7 million from the Billion Trees program, the Te Uru Rākau. We could have planted native trees to restore biodiversity, to sequester carbon, to lead by example. But we sit around and we adopt slick strategies and nothing gets done. So you can hear that I am angry. I am not angry with anybody in particular. I am angry with the world that we live in, and where profit and corporations seem to always win, and the poorest of us seem to always suffer. And no one is going to suffer more than the poorest, because food and water and transportation and living is just getting further and further out of the reach. So I have to speak out in my role as an elected member, because it's my one voice of protest in the democratic process that I have had the privilege and the opportunity to be part of. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, are there further statements? Councillor Joyce Punky.
Kia ora. You. The chair. Again, I want to thank Katie and the committee for all of the work that you have been doing, because I believe what I heard was that you've been sitting around doing nothing. So I think the strategy clearly highlights that you have been doing something. You've been doing something in collaboration with mana whenua and other councils. It is not your job to plant trees. That is our job as community, to get out there and ensure those other programs of work are happening. Rest assured, I have been to many planting days. I have seen numerous awards given out to Te Rōrawa for the environmental sustainability plan that they are executing. So I have no doubt that that work is actually happening on the ground, be it that we're not all aware of it. There has been significant financial investment across Tokura for tree planting. There is programs in play. Cody Order is one of them. That is not only planting trees, that is growing capability within our community, particularly focused on Maori. So I also support this report and the plan of action that you've outlined and clearly intend to address from where I'm sitting. So I just wanted to put that out there. There are things happening, and I think we can get educated and communicate those things that are happening better. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Are there councillors? Are there further statements? Councillor Wethy.
Yeah, just a quick one, Mr. Mayor. Generally speaking, the process, as I see it, is that you've got to have a strategy that's well thought out as the high level. And following from that, or flowing from that, you get your implementation strategy, which is the feet on the ground, getting things done that are covered in the high level. So I think at this stage, what we're looking at is the high level. It gives you the complete framework in which a full implementation strategy can be developed, and that will flow down onto the ground, and that's where we'll see the results actually coming to hand. So I think at this stage, it is right that we adapt the strategy, and from that, it's our responsibility as governors of this district to make sure that there is an implementation strategy or implementation plan to the next step on which we build, within the Kaipara district, this overall strategy. So I'm supportive of adopting the strategy as this first stage of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements, councillors? No further statements. Thank you. So back to me just for a closing comment here. On page 55 of the strategy, there is a list of very, very specific actions which are examples of what councils will do and be doing jointly in this work. So the point also, I would say, to the comments from Councillor De Oliveira Woodcock about no trees being planted, I would like to remind you about the $300 million Kaipara Moana remediation program, which is taking place and is referred to here, and is an integration of councils and the joint work, and is also a joint committee with Mana Whenua. And that $300 million program also involves landowners all across Kaipara district and is exactly the sort of implementation, trees on the ground, literally 20 million trees going into the ground, which is part of the work that is happening here. It's only part of the work that is happening here and is referred to because this is a very long-reaching strategy here. So there's a lot more going on in the background and underneath with operative plans than this high-level strategy can possibly go into enumerating and specifying here. Because as Councillor Wethy just said, it is not the intention of a strategy to be so detailed in the action plans. It is to provide strategic direction. And that is the job of governance. And those who want to be in the operating space and being out there planting trees, then go forth and plant trees, really. And those who want to govern should govern. So with that, I'm going to put this to the vote now. Those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Against.
Carried. Thank you. Congratulations, Katie and Louise. The Tokura Climate Adaptation Strategy has been passed by and adopted by Kaipara District Council. Thank you. At this point, we will adjourn for a 15-minute break. Thank you. We'll resume at 11:15. Thank you.
Should have raised all my.
Negative.
We'll just see a minute. We kind of need it.
Yeah. Right, we're just waiting now, it's 11:15, we're just waiting now for councillor Delavaris Woodcock to return. And then we will be getting on with the meeting. So we're proceeding with item number 5.5, which is the full year financial forecast. And for this item, there is a recommendation on page 168 of the agenda, which is where we are. And councillor Wethy is happy to move this, and I'm happy to second this. Thank you. So Sue Davidson is here to present this item for us regarding the full year financial forecast.
Okay,
Sue?
okay. So I'll go through this fairly slowly because it is complex. So this forecast is used as the opening balance for the annual plan. So that's why we want to get this reasonably correct and why it's quite complex, because it's looking at where we are now and then looking out to the end of the year and how we can progress, and then that's used for our annual plan startup. And it's really difficult to compare what's in this as against our annual plan. And the reason for that was because the figures have totally changed, because central government, through the National Land Transport Program, well after we adopted our LTP. So within 3 months, we suddenly had a number of changes. And the changes were made, and they, what happened is when our program was adopted, our roading people looked at the budget and decided that they wanted to put a whole lot more into maintenance because of the fact that we've got the unsealed roads program through the PGF. And they wanted to get ahead of ourselves and actually do the pre-seeding work. So they changed, so that's put into the operational budget and taken out of capital. So just so there's some sort of understanding there, but it does make it really hard for you to actually compare. So Brian has put in what the key operating, apart from the National Land Transport, what the key operating improvements have been. And it looks like there's going to be about 1.3 million on savings on general rates activities, which are primarily to do with people being at home or working more efficiently, like less stationery, less travel, training online, things that we think will are going to continue. There's also rates revenues, they're tracking slightly down, and that's because of the Maori Act that we've written off. Fees and charges, they're actually up because of increased consent fees. And then he talks about the subsidies and grants, but as I mentioned, they're up because it's actually related to the operating. It's taken some subsidies that he previously put into capital and put them into operating to subsidise the work that's now being put into operations. And That's really the key differences on page 168. He then also talks about the savings that are funded from general rates, and that's where he says, look, we're actually going to have about $500,000 less in salaries and wages because we've got such a high turnover. We haven't got the staff there. We're taking out the 340 that we put in to expand the waste collection because that's been delayed through to October 2023. And then the savings that we have in support services. So, and you'll see at the April briefing that we'll be proposing to use those savings to offset some of the rates. So that it would be another. Further to that, he's said there was likely to be 351 in interest costs, and that's primarily associated with targeted rates, which is water and wastewater. So, and he's saying that the end debt figure is looking slightly more healthier. He must have thought that was going to be about 45 million debt. Now it looks like it'll only be 44. I'll go through the capital program changes, because they're the ones that you probably have the questions about. So going from a really good reconciliation where we started from the capital expenditure that was in the LTP, the carry forwards, and you can see that at the back of the appendices, he's added in the carry forwards from the previous year. Then for this exercise, he's looked at what are the changes from them that we're trying to add or take out, and then what do we think we're going to actually push forward to next year? And you'll see that there's about 16 million that's actually pushed out to next year. So that's what's reduced a lot of the interest as well. So looking at page 169, just to go through so that you can understand the changes that have been made to capital in this forecast. It started with the 51 million capital program, added on 12.7 million in carryovers, taking out 1 million. That 1 million is Kaihu water project that you'll remember that we didn't want in the end, and also taking out the Kaiwaka Kauri bush park. It's been done by NRC now ourselves. And he shows there the budget transfers that he's taken out from Kotahi. Then the things that have been added in, Poto Wharf, which we approved last month, 75,000 pahi the month before. Raupo Stop Bank has already been completed, and that was, my understanding is that was the Stop Bank upgrade from Simpson Road, the Aurora Creek entrance to Wilson Land floodgate number 39. So they needed to, when they were starting the job, they just needed to finish it. So that work has actually already been done, 100,000. And it's been taken from the Raupo reserve funds, just so you understand that. The next things that have been added is also, I think we had 50,000 in the budget this year to look at stormwater modelling and planning for Mangawhai Heads Road. And we had another 200,000 put in next year. So what's happened is the 36 and 73 there is actually work that's been brought forward, but it's to do with modelling. What they found is a much bigger job. They're looking at the area in Mangawhai Road starts at the sanctuary and that bigger rise development down here goes all the way back to Cullen Street and at the back there. So they're looking at stormwater so that when people do a subdivision, we haven't done this properly before, but this is how we're doing it now, is that we can actually say this is where the overland path flow is going to be, this is how we're going to treat stormwater, and we've already got the planning documents before we approve the subdivision. So that's what that's for. That. The 4 projects here are extra projects put in by and subsidised by Waka Kotahi, some of them 100%, and 2 of them 350,000, the 250,000 project, they are low cost, low risk projects they were put in, but they're 100%. We're not sure if they're going to be sufficient for that, but that's just a heads up. But we've got the money from Waka Kotahi for that. That's funded by provision, so it's just means that we spend a bit more in this year, right at Tokura. That's 37, ignore it, it's going to be 405, that's what's on the agenda today, so you understand that. You can see there's 10 from Station Road, ignore that, there'll be another paper coming to council because they're just at the same stage, they're revisiting the project to actually price it from when we priced it back in 2020. And then, but there'll be a paper coming to council for that. The aerator for Dargaville, that was funded by renewals. It's already been spent. It's basically on the wastewater pond. You have an aerator, and that's which you should have on all your ponds. Then it stops the issues of, or helps prevent the issues of odour and algae. Okay, so that's already been spent. So you're understanding that. Co-op membrane filtration optimisation. The year before last, we had the abatement notice. We put some investment in there to try and sort it out, but we haven't quite fixed it. We need a new inlet screen. They've said that's going to be 100,000 because we're not, the solids, there's bigger solids going through than it should be at the moment, and we need to fix it, otherwise we won't meet our resource consent. So that will be, that's an addition. The 250, that's a potential. So if we need it, we'll bring back a paper to council about the 250. But it's like, that's the same thing as an aerator on the storage, which is a vast area, but we're looking at some other issues at the moment. Just to give you an idea, the ongoing cost, I think it's about 20 to 25,000 for all the chemicals to stop the odour this year, which we did. So we could continue with that, but whatever we do, we'll bring up, you can expect a paper back, we'll get 250. So, gives you a bit more idea. And I suppose I'll just, what question, I have questions, I think, from Councillor Delaveras Woodcock, asking about accounting for depreciation. Yes, we do that, but we haven't shown the depreciation because we're showing the renewals. I mean, that's what we're using it for. And councils are different from companies, that the way they report and the way they fund things. So we've detailed the infrastructure renewals rather than the depreciation. I think that's probably what I can say.
Thank you, Sue. Councillor Delaveras Woodcock has a further question.
Yes, so, yes, the 350 and 250, 100% for Waikakatahi, 600K for the Kaihu Valley Trail. Does that mean that's over and above the $4 million budget that we've got? So that's a bonus?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. It's nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, because that isn't in addition to what's in the 4 million.
And then, so I asked, can you please specify exactly how much debt relates to targeted activities?
No, I couldn't get that at this moment. Graham's not at work at the moment, so I couldn't.
Anytime. Anytime.
Well, we'll do reconciliation for that at the end of the annual report, so we'll have a better idea at that stage of, and most of it is, because I think when we talked about this before, most of it is related. There's only about 15 million that might be related to general, which is to do with the district plan and some community things, but all the rest of it is to do with, yeah, but the external, like 44 million isn't how much we owe, it's how much, I mean, how much we owe on our projects, it's how much we owe the bank. Money with it.
So 15 million is just general rate.
Yeah, the projects they've done generally.
Okay, and so what the question is, how does this forecast relate to rates rise projection?
No, that doesn't have any impact apart from next year's rates, because it tells us what we're starting with. And then if this project we haven't finished, we have to take funding through to the next year and apply that.
So, but I guess my question is this 11 million.2 operating surplus. Does that augur well? That seems to augur well for keeping our costs in check for the object of trying to reduce the rates rise. Is that?
For the next year, we could use it. What it means is it's not the 11 million, because we always make surpluses because of the way that accounting treats the income coming in from subsidies as income, when really it's related to capital, but you've taken in the profit and loss. But that having been said, there will be a profit, surplus, which we would have projected. Now we're projecting actually more than we funded. And we're saying it's likely to be, we said general rates 1.3, and for the target rates, 351. So it could be up to 2 million that we've got here. That's what you're saying. And when you come to the forecast, you will see that.
So you say,
when you come to the annual plan at the briefing, you will see that being used.
okay, so with monies coming in, grants and subsidies, and monies going out, and then capital works that we have to carry over or haven't, it's a surplus in terms of expenditure, but that money has yet to be spent. So it's not technically savings.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Wethy, then councillor Vincent. Questions?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sue, just if we go on to the statement of financial position. Looking at the current assets and current liabilities, in the annual report last year, we had a situation where we had over $12 million worth of cash equivalents and almost $16 million of trade and other payables. I think at that stage, I was concerned that we seemed to be doing the old corporate trick of using our suppliers as a bank, namely not paying them so we get more cash in our own accounts. And that was certainly corrected in the annual plan, because we reduced the amount of cash and cash equivalents down to just over $500,000. And that was, not holding cash back. We were supplying obviously most of the cash to pay our trade. But in the forecast, we're reverting back to where we were in the annual plan, almost $11 million for the cash and almost $17 million of trade and other payables. What is the reason? Why are we doing this? Have we got some issue? Why aren't we releasing that cash and at least getting our balance sheet looking a little bit more, normal?
Well, firstly, we don't do tricks here in accounting, so that's anymore. But or like companies. But yeah, I'm just trying to look and see if there's anything in the, Graham has given us a balance sheet. No, he hasn't, in the exception. I think what I'm going to have to do is leave that answer when Graham comes back, is to look at what our situation is now. Because my understanding is we'd have a large amount of creditors because of the fact of the capital projects we were undertaking at the time. So I think that's what it is, which is not that we're not paying our creditors, because that isn't my understanding. There's not people complaining. So, yeah, I think that's what it was. But what I'll do is undertake to come back to you to let you know what our creditors are now and what it's comprised of, so that you've got a better idea if they're coming down. We've still got quite an enormous number of projects on the go.
Oh, without a doubt. I think it's just important that people who are supplying those projects, if they've already invoiced council for services that have already been supplied, if they look at the annual accounts and seeing we're holding back a whole lot of cash, they might be saying, why aren't we being paid? And it's just an ethic that I think is important to keep in control, that's all.
Yeah, I'll come back to you.
Thank you, councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is just to get a handle on our new basis for setting targeted rates. It's there, so with sewerage, they're across all of the schemes within the district. So does that mean then for the various capital projects, which are going to be funded by loan, that the repayments on the loan and the interest will accrue to across all of the targeted rate areas? I'm just thinking, originally my question was about Spring Street sewage, which I was going to ask then, but because of all the other projects that are listed there, and I thought I'd raise it now. So does that mean then that the burden of that loan falls upon all of the properties in the district that have sewage?
That's right. That's what
it means? So that way, then it's a lot easier. I was thinking the alternative would be for the Spring Street people, as well, 15 or 17 or whatever, that they would be carrying a loan for 400 and something thousand extra.
Perhaps councillor Vincent, the Spring Street discussion, you can wait until that item later in the agenda.
And just in general terms, I think I've now, thank you.
Thank you, councillor Curnow.
Yes, thank you. It's a relatively good picture, but one thing that does sort of stand out to me a little bit is the carry forwards going up. Is that because of the scale of the projects that we're working for? If you look at last year compared to what we're forecasting now in terms of carry forward, is that because of the scale of the projects, or is that because we are struggling to deliver, or is it a combination of both?
Yes, we are struggling to deliver. We haven't started a number of projects and we just haven't got the staff there to do that. So what we concentrate is predominantly to try and get the externally funded ones where they've got timeframes on them completed. So that's why, and also we were too ambitious and optimistic in putting $64 million when this council has never completed that many in the past. And we're doing an extraordinary, well, I think we'll probably get to 40 million this year.
Is that going to, is there going to be a peak and then it's going to sort of catch up over the next couple of years? Or are we just going to get kind of like further and further behind?
I think at the moment, when we review the LTP, that's when we should look at, have we been too ambitious and maybe be pushing out some projects?
Right.
It might be what, or you might have people, capital projects managers that are now freer to do more of those.
And where do we stand sort of industry-wide in terms of the scale of our carry forwards? Because if we're delivering, what's it, 44
million, I think.
40 million, but we're going to be carrying forward 16 million. Sort of that's a, what is that, about 30%, 75%?
I think we've been extraordinarily lucky as a council to get the amount of funding, external funding that no other council has had as many projects as we have in the funding. So I think we're not, most councils will probably be at 8%. We're not going to be. We're going to be at 65
in terms of delivery.
In terms of delivery, maybe 70%. I'd care to guess, because we're going to have to carry such a lot forward.
Yeah, and again, coming back to that sort of long-term thing, because these are peak projects, not likely to get the scale of this again. Is that?
That's correct. So we don't. When you look at our long-term plan, primarily it'll be around about 26 million each year. 18 to 20 million will be roading. So there might be $6 million worth of projects. There's obviously some large projects coming up in the Mangawhai wastewater, potentially done. And so, yeah, even if you add the 26 million plus you add on, I said 16 million, but 36 million.
That's still less than we're managing at the moment.
Yes.
So in theory, we should be able to catch up and stabilise.
Yeah,
a couple of years.
The next couple of years, and we'll certainly for the LTP look at what can we actually physically do.
Yeah.
The issue for us is that led by Eros, our infrastructure planning manager, his team have to do the business cases up front. That will be an indication to us of what's actually achievable, and then
right. So we've sort of got a deeper planning view that's going to help us come out of this.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Are there further questions regarding the financial forecast? No further questions. Thank you, Sue. You may sit back. Thank you for the great work here, and to Graham Coleman, who's not joined us today, but thank you very much to him. Councillor Weddy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, look, I support the recommendation. I think our council finances currently are in pretty good shape. We've progressed through another difficult 12-month period with COVID and all of the problems and issues that has raised. And in spite of that, I'm just really quite heartened to see that we've actually forecasting to complete nearly $47 million worth of capital expenditure, which has been a focus for this council over a number of years to get our total of capital expenditure projects increased over and above what we were doing a few years ago. And I think that, in spite of the difficulties with staff being able to work in their normal, efficient manner, we've done pretty well and probably done quite well against some of the reports we've heard about other councils and their ability to get projects completed. So in spite of that, we've done well. We've got looking as though we're forecasting at this stage a surplus rather than the annual plan, which had a deficit at the end of the 12-month period. So I think congratulations to the staff for doing as well as they have, and Louise for leading the team to this result. We've got a few more months to go before we sign off on a full year, but tracking very, very well. And I think the level of accuracy we're seeing and the detail that we're seeing in these financial figures at present gives me certainly a feeling of confidence that we've got things under control and we shouldn't see any possible blowouts between now and the end of June. So fully supportive of this. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Thank you. Statement here from me is the financial forecast indicates that Kaipara District Council is in very good heart and in very good shape. There are three key indicators that I'm looking at here. The first of these is that the surplus is higher or greater. It's gone up from 11 million to 11.2 million, which is $200,000 increase. So the surplus is greater. The second indicator that I'm looking at is that the savings that are being made by this council is now increased to $1.3 million. There are $1.3 million of savings that are new, that are in this forecast. The third indicator that I'm looking at is that the debt is lower by $1.57 million from where we had expected it to be. So if you go, the surplus is higher, savings are greater, and the debt is lower of the council, I'd say those are three pretty great indicators, and everyone needs to be absolutely congratulated here. I pick up Councillor Weddy's comment regarding the extraordinary whale that this council has swallowed regarding its capital works program, with the giant number of extraordinary and externally funded one-off projects. And the indication here of spending at a capital works level nearly $47 million. I'm going back to when I first became the mayor, and the capital works program then, from memory, was about $22 million of these sorts of projects. So for Kaipara District Council, in the moment we are in, you just go, well done. Congratulations, Louise, to you and your team. Sue, you're doing extraordinary work here across the infrastructure space and across the financial management space with your team, and communicating that really clearly to the elected members and to our community. I think the community should be very reassured that the Kaipara District Council that we have today absolutely has a very, very clear on the situation that we have. And as I say, these three key indicators, the surplus is greater, the savings are now bedded in, and the debt of Kaipara District Council is forecast now to be lower than what it was going to be. Those are three very healthy indicators for us. So congratulations again, Sue, you and your team. Thank you. Further statements from elected members. Councillor Curnow.
Yes, thank you. Those key stats are good, and the whale that we have swallowed, I think, is going to take another year or two to digest. I think but what I hear is that there is a plan and there is a process by which we're going to digest it. We're not going to suffer from terrible indigestion with it. So, yes, that's it from me.
Thank you. Are there further statements from elected members here? No further statements. I think we'll go direct to the vote now regarding the financial forecast. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. So we're moving on now to item number 5.6, the Maori Freehold Land Rates Postponement and Remission Policy. And for this item, there is a recommendation here in recommendation number C, inserting elected members' names. And those elected members which I propose, and so I would make this recommendation that they be Councillor Karen Joyce Paki and myself being the two delegated to hear the community views on the proposed. And so that is what I would put forward. Here is the recommendation. I'm seeking a seconder for that. Councillor Curnow, thank you. So at this point, we're going to now go to Shireen Mundy and Christine Toms possibly, but Shireen, kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship. Just a brief recap on this item then is that a briefing item was taken to council explaining the reason and the rationale behind the proposed amendments. Most notably that due to the time constraints, the amendments are the first step in a proposed phased review of this particular policy. This policy is intended to give effect to the new requirements and is required to be completed by 1st of July this year. Part of the process is that council must consult on the proposal prior to making a final decision. So this item is to approve the consultation document for consultation and nominate two elected members to hear any submitters who want to talk to council in person, and then a deliberations item is scheduled to come back to full council on the 1st of June. Apologies for deliberations on any submission matters received, where the adoption scheduled at the June council meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. So just for the avoidance doubt regarding the 1st of June date, so will that be an extraordinary deliberations meeting at the 1st of June council briefing? Is that how that works?
Yes, Your Worship, through you, if I can, Shireen. So we've got a council briefing day there, and because the full council will be deliberating, we'll have we'll schedule a council deliberations meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Clear. Okay. Thank you. So the consultation with the community will have, regarding the engagement, will have taken place prior to then. Yes, thank you. Okay, just so we're clear. Thank you. Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification at this point? No further questions. Thank you, Shireen. Thank you, Christine, possibly in the background there. Kia ora. Look, this is an important piece of legislation and a change coming, and we have here a process to engage with our community. And then this will be returning to Kaipara District Council in just over 5 weeks' time once we've crossed that landscape. So the important thing at this point is I'd like to acknowledge the team and the work they've done in the background here about aligning our policies with the new government frameworks and expectations here. And we will just work through this process in this very smooth way that is before us here. So I'm supporting this process. Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
Nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Elected members, councillors, are there further comments? No further comments. Thank you. I'm putting this item now to the vote. So all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. That was unanimous. Thank you, Tracy Dean. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to the next item on agenda for today, which is item number 5.7, the report on Bailey's Beach projects. Okay, sorry, and I'm seeking a mover for this item, Councillor Vincent, thank you, and a second here, Councillor De La Varis-Woodcock, thank you. And we have Eros Fosgieri, who's going to be presenting this item for us this morning. Thank you.
Hi all, kia ora. Bailey's Beach. So there's been just a little bit going to the background first. There was a big storm in October, so catching from October. The storm caused big damage along the Chase Gorge. And after that event, our roading team has gone on site and did some emergency work, especially around the beach, around the road access. That sparked a little bit in the community, a lot of attention, more than usual, I would say. And there's been a little bit of, apologies for the term, a little bit of confusion on what we define projects at Bailey's Beach. So there's been a request, the community came here and presented, I think, around February with some concern. So what this council have done after that meeting, we try to understand exactly what were the concern, who was raising the concern, and as well what was the project, what we need to do. So there was a lot of rumors around. So we tasked a team. So we got a team now dedicated to Bailey's internally. So it's not dedicated only for that, but time mostly. We got a communication and engagement person, is myself, and the roading team. And what we've done, we collected all the information we had available around and pulled that together, and we kind of defined, I put in the report called area of interest, but essentially it's a long list of 20 items, more or less, discrete items that can be dealt individually. So after that job, we sat with Bailey's Beach Society and the campground as well. So we've got about 8-9 participants at that meeting at Bailey's Beach. So we went at Bailey's Beach with the entire 3 of us, council staff, and went to the beach and presented. The meeting was more a reassessment or starting point where what are the problems, what are the concerns, is this what we all understand? Time we found that the communication is more the issue rather than just actually what we're doing. So making sure the community and the council were on the same page, on the same issue goal. So then what we've done, we went item by item. So that is what is attached to the presentation here. We went one by one across each item, and we discussed what are the potential action going forward. Not saying what are the solutions, because most of the items, they don't have an immediate solution we can take out of the pocket. Also, I put in the report the 3 majors, I would say, the sandbags, the emergency work, obviously the Chase Gorge, and I call footpath and car park, but it's pretty much how everything connects in terms of roading at that. So all these are the big 3. Obviously, there's still the toilet block, there's still the boardwalk, there's a number of items that are in the minute. So just after the meeting, we thought it was a good idea to have a clear minute of what we said, what they say, because sometimes this is what will be dragged in the future. So we got this minute. There's been a little bit of forward and back and forward back. We got 7 versions of it. So hopefully that was a good balance act between what the community requested and what council kind of understood. So in a sense, what we've done is we got now action for example, for the sandbags, it's not a clear cut. A lot of people say we need to get them maintain, we need to remove them, we need to fix them. We try to also, the next action is, you see in the minute, is who owns them? Which land they are? What are the purpose of this sandbag? So we can, it's a council problem. Not, I mean, it's a council need to maintain that. So we know that there's a resource consent, council owns the resource consent, but the bags are in private land. So it's not a black and white solution. So the progress that we're making is, we already scheduled a meeting for Bailey's Beach again on the 6th, I think it's on the 6th of May. We commit on set of actions. So you see on the minute is written, this person to this on the 2nd of May, this person to this on the 2nd of May. So once we got all this information, we'll feed back again to the Bailey's Beach community. And as I said, we're going one by one and we'll try to, apology for the term, smash the project one by one. Also, I found that not hard thing, but the community was not totally aware what council was doing. That I think is one of our limiting factor here. So that is why we brought the communication, the team comes together, because it's not always engineering going out, but it's actually the communication. So we need to have an active role in that. And so that was the main one. And we bring back to the long-term plan what was agreed essentially in the past. So we were clear, or hopefully we have been clear, or will be clear again on the 6th of May, that we got $100,000 this year, this financial year, so end of June, to develop a business case for the connectivity plan. So essentially, we don't have money or like that to do physical work right now, and this is what we ask, what we're doing, what you're doing. We're working with NTA to develop this connectivity plan. Essentially, it's a big plan to say, footpath should go there, a bus stop to collect the kids should go in there, a playground, how we connect the playground with the bus stop, items. So when we have money, we can plug the money in the right spot rather than just, because again, what seems to me personally here is that we got these old projects in the reactive mode rather than just wait a minute and see that moving this will cause problem on the other way. Yeah, that is kind of, I would say, the nutshell. Also, I've been told recently that we've been granted more money from NZTA for the emergency work. So we're going to do works along the channel there with there is the footpath is collapsing. So I don't know the entity yet, and there's been a recent communication, but I mean, good news. We got some additional funding to look after that bank. And yeah, that is, I said, the message here is we're trying at best to be there with the community. We've been physically there, talking face to face. I mean, this COVID environment is now a news. And also we're trying to keep a regular meeting, and we move forward to just, we can communicate progress. Hopefully they are happy with that. And I'm sure that they're all listening from YouTube. So yeah, that is me for now. So
thank you, grazie. Elected members, are there questions for clarification? Councillor Withy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Eros, you know, this question of the sandbanks down there, which is very, features very heavily in the report, the meeting you had with the community there. I think this council in the first term got quite significantly into detail about the sandbags and the history of it, who funded, who sourced it, et cetera, and there's very much a community involvement there and a community direction. And I noticed that's one of the areas of disagreement about whether the local community have the same view of who was responsible for the funding, et cetera, as council staff do. And I don't know whether you've resolved that or not at this stage, but obviously it's going to be an ongoing issue. Have you got access to all the information I supplied to Jim Sefton about the big sandbags that the Dunedin City Council used at St Clair Beach, and photographs I took of them? Because those are proven ones on a very rigorous foreshore where the waves crash in there, and they've been standing the test of time Whereas the ones that we observed when we went and had an inspection over there at Bailey's Beach would have to be questioned whether they were ever fit for purpose in the first place.
So, yeah, so what we know that the sandbag, okay, so we're stepping back, and that was asked at the community meeting, was why they were being put in the first place. So can someone in writing or can put their hands on why they put that in the first place? Was to, like, the obvious would be to save the cliff, to avoid erosion from the cliff. So who is benefiting from that? The community, the council, private people, and is there any other benefit to sandbags? I don't know, enhance the channel. So, and that is the first question to ask, why they've been there in the first place? And there are, again, even that matter, there are confusion. There is no clear cut. That is that. The second one is who paid for it? Unfortunately, we don't have an archive that can say you pay 5, the other pays 6. We know the community that mentioned, and I think it's in the minute, that there was a contribution from the community, financial contribution from the community. NRC was involved, and also council, Capital District Council was involved as providing the contractor, but who paid for it is, again, is part of what we need to establish. We don't know. And that will have another impact on what will be the outcome out of it. In terms of land, again, the sandbags are right at the edge between private and council. So it's a private sandbags on private and council land. Again, unless we send out a surveyor, get paid money to get someone and put in stone in writing that this is your area, my area, we can't proceed. So what we know that the sandbags are degraded. It's been there for 6 years and they're already gone. So we can argue that the material, the choice of the material, who made the call again, we don't know. To put that type of material, my understanding is the UV specification. I mean, they're not resistant to ultraviolet. This is my understanding. Again, is we don't have in writing all these things. So having all this doubt, we can't take I can come back to you and say we need $4,000, $10,000, because again, we don't have money allocated this financial year to touch those bags and not next financial year. So that is the moment in past we are. So we're not saying, we're saying please stay with us, help us to identify what's actually happened in the past. And with the only certainty we know that council has a resource consent on also the resource consent is council, Capital District Council, and there is a maintenance tag attached to it. So maintenance need to be the right word around the resource consent. So apologies if I use the wrong terminology here, but the maintenance is on council. That doesn't say that the council can pull out the sandbags. I mean, is council property this one? That is the moment, the gray area that we're trying to resolve.
Have you actually checked with NRC? Because I know we've got issues on the inner harbour here where storm damage has eroded a bank, fallen in, and it's been there for 2 years because NRC won't look at a consent to repair it. It's on the edge of a council berm, and their attitude is simply erosion's a naturally occurring phenomenon, and just let it be. And do we have, as a council, if we want to do anything there, do we have to get a consent through the NRC because it's coastline?
That is a coastline, so most highly likely I would say yes. If it's a maintenance, I doubt, but when we come to we call upgrades, that definitely, I mean, it's a coastal environment.
So if it's a maintenance, you don't think we need it? If that's the case, we should have got on and replaced this maintenance of a wall that collapsed here because of storm damage. So we've got a few issues I think we need to be very clear on before we proceed.
Exactly, so that is the point. But the first question is why they're there? What is the purpose? Because if there is no purpose, I would say there is no point for council to spend money in there, apart from the issue that we got at the moment, obviously. But the definition of the problem, what is the scope, what needs to be done is being worked out with the community. We're trying to be active in that space, so we're not, it seems that we're not doing nothing. So that is, I think, the outcome we try to achieve. And any solution will obviously be. Tenancy involvement need to be there.
Thank you, thank you. Elected members, are there further questions for clarification from Eros? Councillor De La Varas Woodcock.
What is the community's view for spending $100,000 on the connectivity plan?
Again, the community is not one person. There are a number of people out there, as you probably know, and everyone got their own interests and their own views, opinions. So this is what we have been given as a technical staff, is $100,000 to develop this master plan, connectivity plan. We haven't proceeded further to engage with the community to get that feedback. So the response, I don't know. The feedback was that they need action. Seems to me that they want something done. And the word they were using was, we have been neglected for long, and you can agree, disagree again, but we need to show action. So the only thing we can, no, not only thing, but one thing we can do is, again, we got this money available this financial year, use this money to start getting this plan together, because also what we need to raise is this plan will be used also to attract additional funding. So if we're not doing this, we are left with only about, I think it was $300,000 in the next financial years to do works. And nowadays with $300,000, it's not much you can do. So hopefully that responds to you.
Thank you. Councillor De La Varas Woodcock, another question?
The Cases Gorge, the detention of stormwater that is tied up with a private landowner that has passed away, NRC's vision of having a kind of a swamp or dam or something to stop that flow of water coming down. Are NRC involved in this group?
Okay, so there are a lot of documents there, and one is going back to 2015 or 2012, I don't really recall the number, but the tenancy report outlined a potential solution for a dam up to Chase Gorge. That has been discarded in the past, in the previous time, before my time, but there's been not considered further. Because it's a monumental dam, and there was another report prepared by a WSP, I was involved with that personally, that pretty much realized that any velocity, so if you think Venice Beach is a canyon, there is a reason why it's a canyon, because over time eroded naturally, so it wouldn't be there. So it's prone to erosion. So anything that is sand, so anything faster than 0., say, take 1 meters per second, but 0.5 meters per second may erode, may cause erosion. So if you build a big dam, you need to make sure that there's enough room to slow down anything downhill on significantly. So you might get a big dam that doesn't do the job. So historically, and what we see now, most likely will be hard structure, and also the nature of the topography. So we got a road, so we put a road in the middle of a canyon, so it's nice and smooth. We put a bridge that channel the water. So not taking parts here, but man-made structure are creating another layer of problem. Now we put the stormwater from the catchment toward the same point. There is a holistic view, then there is measure we can do, but if you want to access to the beach, most likely, I'll say most likely, you should be looking at hard structure. This is why the dam has been put aside. Also was a big dam on private land. This is another area of contentions.
Thank you, thank you. Further question, Councillor De La Varas Woodcock.
So aware of the huge sensitivities and controversy of this area. Is the council still actively consenting new subdivision up on the hill?
That's probably outside the work of this work.
I ask because I'd just like to know that.
Sorry, so this is a question to council, the the executive team of the council. Is Bailey's Beach community still growing? And are there new subdivisions going in?
Yeah.
And housing?
So I don't actually have that answer, Your Worship. We'd have to come back.
Perfect. That would be great because, you know, we have to face the community. And from what I'm hearing, because I have to get this right, the council's solution at this stage is not to have a solution at all, but to still pursue answers in terms of responsibility of the sandbag issue, first of all, but to also use the 100K for a business case to try and get more funding, and the business case is going to encompass everything from the footpath to the stormwater to the playground. Am I correct?
So, and that is why we went back to community, because we need to understand the problem in discrete points. So the connectivity plan is how everything moves around. So like where the car are going, where the kids moving, where the destination points. So for example, if I put we discussed with the community, if we put a bus stop for collection of the kid in the morning here, and we got the playground here, we pretty much creating a flow of kids going from this point to this point. Is there an infrastructure there? So before we put a bus stop, we need to be aware of that will be the future. So we need to also create a footpath. So this is the connectivity plan. It's modal, it's transport, how everything connects in terms of transport. Modal is attached, but is a separate issue. So the connectivity plan is not going to say we need a culvert here, or we need a treatment facility for flow or detention. Right? So the connectivity plan is what the word says, connectivity. A to Z and what need to be required. Might be also like for Bailey's Beach, we discussed the power that might be one way. No, we get a loop instead of having cars going two ways everywhere. So this is what the purpose of the connectivity plan. The stormwater matters is a separate issue, and there we need to find funding for it. It's a catchment management plan. So like everything, there is a catchment there, is to find where is the catchment. That means if a drop of rain gets onto the ground, where is it stop? So that will define the area of influence. So if we got subdivision up there is part of this catchment or not, what will be the impact, no, if any. And even the playground. The moment the connectivity plan, we assume that we'll have a playground, for example, here, but how big is the playground? How much money? This is at the start. So we need, this is the point we're trying to get with the community, is to make sure that they understand the discrete item we're progressing and what funding we may be available that we can try to chase. There are a lot of funding up there, like the funding, and we'll achieve that.
Thank you, Eros. Elected members, are there further questions for clarification? None. Thank you, Eros. Thank you. You may sit back. Thank you. Councillor Vincent is the mover here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and control my urges to scratch my ear next time. It seems to me like this program is on a long and tortuous journey, and there's much history being gathered. And I got the impression from reading the notes that there was a certain amount of heat as well as light being generated. But it appears that our staff are persevering, and I think it's going to take a while before all these matters are resolved, but at least it seems there is a plan now, excuse me, a plan now for dealing with this, and I appreciate and endorse the efforts being made by our team in trying to resolve those, because there's obviously divergent views within that particular community, as there can be in a lot of these little coastal communities. So I wish them well with that. I mean, I'm just looking at the district planning map, trying to get some clues as to where the road boundary might be and so on. And there's some interesting things there in terms of, for instance, it looks like it's legal road all the way to Mean Water Springs, down Chasers Gorge. And that might be helpful in clarifying those matters. It also looks like the stairs down from the end of Sunset Drive are on private land. It also looks like Sunset Drive doesn't actually join the public road network. So there's a little tidy up to be done there as well. So, but that's from the 2013 operative plan. So there's, I think that it may well be that as they work through this, they will uncover more problems than they're aware of as yet. But I certainly commend the staff for their effort in actually sitting around the table with the local community representatives to resolve these. That is the best way. And it's going to be a bit uncomfortable by the look of things, a bit of an uncomfortable ride to come. But I just wish to convey my support for their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodcock.
I concur with Councillor Vincent. He has put it very well and succinctly that this is a dynamic, you know, it's a suburb, it's a settlement, and it's at the confluence of a volatile ocean, and it's a gully, and so it's going to have do the job that a catchment does. And so there are no, as Eros has pointed out, there are no easy solutions. It's going to be a journey, and it's imperative that, and I'm very heartened to see the community engagement and comms, Amanda Bennett working with the community, and I believe in the process. And being an optimist, I believe that this can lead to better outcomes. So look forward to the May the 6th meeting coming ahead, and totally support this process that the council's undertaking with the community.
Thank you. Councillors, are there further statements here? Quick statement from me is that Bailey's Beach was, of course, one of the communities which this council considered for the adaptive planning pathways pilot study, and the importance of climate change for Bailey's Beach must not be overlooked. And so it is really interesting that on this particular day, when this council has adopted the climate adaptation strategy, that this subject paper has also come to this council for consideration here, because climate change, as I've said, is a key part of the work of this council, and Bailey's Beach is one of the communities which is at risk, literally on the ocean, and with proposed sea level rise and issues there. I'd like to commend the work of the team in the very neat presentation of the complex range of local community related issues, all of which are coming together into a set of issues and alignments and shake-ups and designs which are yet to be formed, what the solutions will be. But I'm seeing a clear pathway coming through, and issues that are not resolved, but a clear pathway that they're being addressed, and that everyone, including this council, is leaning in to find the solutions here. I particularly like the approach that is being taken here of seeking to end ad hoc approaches to developing places and communities, which has plagued our kaipara settlements and towns in the past. And we look here to mangawhai and the work that kaipara district council's having to do, if you like, to retrofit things like the mangawhai shared path and roundabouts into a system that was never intended to be such a big, fast-growing town. Bailey's Beach is also one of our great popular jewels in Kaipara district. And so for the connectivity plan, which is being talked about, to integrate thinking, it's so that in the way that Eros has described to us, is really encouraging for this council to, as I say, to end that, if you like, ad hoc developments. Oh, well, we'll just put this over there because we could approaches, but actually starting to really think about things and for that long-term future. So I commend the work of the team, the community engagement team, Eros and your engineers and your engagement. And I say to the community of the Bailey's Beach Society and Bailey's Beach that we are all leaning in. Council here brings the table and everyone needs to gather at that table to find the solutions here together. And I'm looking forward to further reports on this as we all move forward. But congratulations to the team on making a start here for this. Elected members, are there further statements? Councillor Vincent, would you like a closing statement?
I think so.
All right, thank you. We're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. This report is actioned and noted. Thank you. We are moving on to the mangawhai shared path item, the delegation to award the contract. And there is a recommendation here. Councillor Weddy is moving that and Councillor Larson is seconding that. Thank you. And Eros, are you presenting this? Or is Tim Manning joining us? Sorry, Tim, kia ora, joining us on the computer screen. Sorry, not in the room, but thank you, Tim. Thank you, Eros. Ciao. Tim Manning.
Kia ora, everyone. Kia ora. Look, this is hopefully quite self-explanatory. We've got a very, very tight time frame to satisfy our contractual requirements with MB and also get the works finished adequately this year. So every week is going to count, and indications are the tender is actually closing on Friday now. It's been a little bit extended because the tenderers have had issues with the supply chain. So things are very tight, and every week will help us. So hopefully the explanation in the paper is sufficient.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you. Elected members, are there any questions for clarification? Councillor Weddy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tim, I know one of the conditions of the consent for the bridge as part of this stage of the walkway is because of the need to get some of the construction work completed before the ferry term nesting season. Does that condition apply to the foundation, foundation pillars that go into the harbour bed there? Only that? In other words, if we got those in before the ferry turn season, we could continue to put the structure over the top of them.
Correct. Look, we're just resolving, there's 2 resource consents are needed for the works. The first being the NRC, which they've approved that we can do work above the seabed, so as long as we're on the foundations at any time. The other consent's coming from Christchurch District Council, which we're expecting any day now, and that is with the same clause. So we basically have to get the piles in by the end of August, and that's from the Tara Creek channel, and also the north eastern side, which is the sort of the golf course, the seaside of the causeway.
Right. Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, elected members. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for your attendance here today. And so we'll go now to Councillor Wethy for his opening statement here.
Tim, I have to apologise. We've held back on this item for at least an hour, and that's probably critical in your timeline to getting this over the line. So I'm not going to take any more time up. I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, thanks again, Tim, for pushing these projects forward. They're really incredible for the local area, and it's good to see us hope to be able to complete this next very important strategic linkage. It's going to have great enjoyment for many locals and visitors for many years to come.
Thank you. I'm looking for a third statement for this item. Councillor Curnow.
Yes, great. So exciting to be at the position where we can actually make a decision that gets something happening immediately. So great, very supportive.
Thank you. That's 3 statements in support. I'm now going to call for any statements against this item. All right, so in order to expedite this at this point, we can simply go with going to the vote, right? So we're going to do that now. So all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Tim. There we are. One of the shortest decisions ever by Kaipara District Council. And for this $5.91 million project. So good luck with the next steps with the tenders. Thank you.
Thank you. Ka kite.
Thank you. So now, elected members, we're just coming up to 12:30, and I'd like to know whether you want to break now for lunch.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. That was a yes. All right. So we'll do so. We'll resume at 1 p.m. Thank you. We will pick up with item number 5.9 at that point, Spring Street reticulation. Enjoy lunch, everyone. Councillor. Just seeing Councillor Curnow, who is, will be late returning back to the meeting, but we will proceed without her. So at this point, regarding Spring Street, I'm seeking someone to move this item, please. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, thank you. And a seconder here. Councillor Vincent, thank you.
Without scratching my nose.
Kia ora. So I believe, Noosh, you're going to be presenting to us.
Yes, yeah, Mooshas, I'll just say that this, just so that, set finance, that the LTP was based on a 2020 estimate of 375,000. And this paper is asking for 405,000 extra, given that we've done more design and have better understanding of the project. And the cost of this is likely to be about $15 per annum per targeted wastewater ratepayer, just so you understand that. And I'll hand over to Noosh to talk about the
Thank you. Thank you. Kia ora, Noosh.
Kia ora, everyone. Your Worship and Councillors. So just a little bit about the project. You're probably aware of it, but just as way of background. It is a reticulation project which seeks to connect the properties on Spring Street and Empire Street to the council's wastewater network. As Sue mentioned, the business case and the estimate, which was a rough order estimate, so that was done in 2019-2020. And since then, the project was activated end of last year. We've carried out a design which has given us a more firm costs. So what we've seen is that we're basically asking for an extra $405,000. And the reasons for the cost increase are, one, it's gone from a rough order cost to a more detailed, and some of the items were missed at that stage and were not included in the original cost. And then we have basically a huge inflation in costs for materials and labor since then. For materials, it's roughly over 40%, some of the pipes and pumps and materials that we will need for this project. The other thing is, due to uncertainty in the market at the moment, we have included a 30% contingency because we have not gone to tender yet. The last thing I would like to say is I'd like to make two corrections in my report, where in the finance section I have mentioned a breakdown. The numbers for the reticulation contingency are incorrect, and they're actually 249,000 for the reticulation pumps and grinders and 171,300 for the contingency.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, question for clarification.
Yes, thank you, Noosh. My question is about the connection costs from the pump to the houses wastewater on their land. Does that include this?
Sorry, I'll answer that question through the chair. The cost that we have included within the project include the connection to the network, the piping all the way to Spring Street, the boundary kit, the grinder pump, and it stops there. So the grinder pump will be on the landowner's titles. However, the cost that the residents will have to pay is the connection to the grinder pump and from their property, and also the decommissioning of the existing septic systems.
And have the residents been made aware of those obligations, those cost burdens?
Yes, that's correct. We sent out a letter and also completed a site visit.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can you tell me, I didn't quite get it from your presentation, was any allowance made in the original estimate for contingency?
There was a 10% allowance made at that point, but that was based on the construction budget that was costed at that time, which was not accurate.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
Apologies for my lateness. Thank you, Mayor. Noosh, under financial implications, you talk about other being 359.
Yes.
What's involved in that 359?
Yes, that includes, just trying to pick up. So that will include the fees for the consultants, the preliminary and general of the physical works, the enabling works, and some of the reinstatement works as well.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you, Noosh. Thank you, Sue. So we're going to go now to Councillor De Woodcock for the opening statement here.
Yes, it is good to see that the Spring Street wastewater extension issue is being addressed, and it is not surprising that we are seeing cost overruns in this infrastructure realm, and I'm aware that there will be extra cost burdens to the residents, but nevertheless, I believe that they should feel gratified that the lion's share of this infrastructure improvement is being met by the council and by the ratepayer. So I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, it gives me no pleasure in supporting this motion, really, from the point of view that this is a major cost blowout, but that's the times we're in. However, on the other hand, it will provide environmental and health benefits to some of our constituents, and that's a good thing. I can't help but speculate that this could be regarded as a microcosm of how things could be under the Three Waters reforms, in that we've got what would otherwise have been a huge burden for the people of the 15 or so ratepayers in Spring Street to bear if it had all come down just to them. But the cost is being spread over the whole of the targeted ratepayers, sewage targeted ratepayers of the district. So if, say, there was a whole village needing reticulation because of an existing environmental or health problem, if it was part of entity A, then it might well be that it would be the cost to the collective of the targeted ratepayers would be would be very insignificant. So while I'm not a great fan of the Three Waters reforms in a number of respects, in a way, this situation demonstrates a possible benefit that could be result for our smaller communities in need of upgrading of facilities or of facilities that don't exist and where there are existing environmental and health problems. So that's my.
Thank you. Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Vincent has just put forward an argument for cross-subsidisation.
Yes.
Which will be interesting to see how Auckland applies that in entity one in the future for Three Waters. Look, I guess my comment on this one is, and I've just been, I pulled up our papers from April the 2020, when we had Spring Street, this project on the table. And I guess it has been obviously increases in raw material costs, but when I listen to a project like this, which did have a number of unknowns in it, particularly before we'd gone to the full design stage, and we're only applying a 10% contingency, I have to say that I think it's time we upped our game on some of these projects. 10%, we've heard time and time again on a number of projects, yes, we've either no contingency or 10%. There should be a scale in determining on the risk of that project, what the level of contingency should be. And that should have been a far higher than the 10%. This reminds me of another project, which is not far from here, Quail Way, where we had a 500,000, exactly the same thing. We sat down, gave approval for $500,000, and it came in at over 1.2. We don't want these things to continue. Somehow we've got to up our game and make sure that we provide not only a more professional approach to the project, but also put in the contingencies that give us some relief when cost increases occur over a period of 2 years almost since we last looked at it. So I think I agree with what Councillor Vincent said. The environmental benefits are great for the area and Dargaville in particular, and I think we've got no alternative but to approve this, but it's disappointing to have to continue to absorb these very, very strong and high level overruns in our budget, when in fact we could probably have been able to foresee what was going to happen and make provision for it right at the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. That's three statements in support of this. Are there any statements against this item? All right, thank you. Councillor De La Woodcock, do you need a closing statement?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good, thank you. We're putting this item to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5.10, rescinding the decision-making delegations. So Councillor Curnow is moving that, and Councillor De La Woodcock seconding that. Thank you. And Mr. Maris.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Kia ora koutou. This report's fairly simple. Just quietly, it's you obviously agreed decision-making delegations at an emergency council meeting in March 2020 as a result of the COVID response. They were required at the time as council could not legally meet and make decisions. So we were preparing for a period of time of an uncertainty as far as decision-making goes. The delegations have remained in force because they were linked to the epidemic notice. The council report at the emergency meeting said it stays linked to the epidemic notice unless council decides otherwise. So you have the ability to rescind them. They've remained in place just primarily because of the unprecedented nature of COVID-19 and the unpredictable, continually changing environment. But we've had a bit of a review of them and we feel that they're probably not required any longer because we're moving to a more of a normal workplace operations at the moment. So we're just putting them in front of you to rescind. They're no longer required.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions for clarification, Councillor Curnow.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Maris, the delegation or the ability to hold a meeting online, is that also tied to the epidemic notice, or does that endure?
Through your worship, so I've inquired of that, the DIA as well. So currently all the legislative changes are tied into the epidemic notice. And so as it stands at the moment, if that epidemic notice stops, then the ability to meet fully online ceases. I have made the point with Taitawara as well that perhaps the world has moved on and they could think about changing the legislation to enable that to occur.
Quite good at that. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification here? No further questions. Thank you, Mr Maris. Councillor Curnow, statement.
Yes, at the time we made this decision, it was desperately needed, but in the 2 years since, we have become good at a range of options for meeting, whether it be a hybrid meeting or fully online or in person. So while I fully agree that we can rescind this decision now, I'm keen that government look at retaining the ability for us to have meetings online should we need to, and maybe there are conditions put around that, but that is a flexibility that I think, it benefits ratepayers in that there are some meetings which we don't need to travel hours across the district to attend. So, I'm heartened that those conversations are being had, and but happy to rescind this decision at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Tilivaris-Woodcock.
It is beyond time that this decision was made to rescind the emergency delegation decision-making in March 2020. And for the record, I would like to remind the council that at the extraordinary meeting where we approved these extraordinary powers of decision-making we were advised that it was for business as usual, which is, roads and rubbish and Three Waters, and not acceptance of private plan changes, which was not urgent, and by the RMA could have been postponed until we were able to meet as a full council. So I'm expressing that for the record that was not democratic, and I'm therefore exceptionally pleased to see that with rescinding this, we return to a full upholding of democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements from elected members here? A quick statement from me is that back in March 2020, 2 years ago, the world was a very, very different place. And many of the things that people hold dear, such as democracy or society values, or the ability for people to gather and meet and just be ordinary, normal people who meet, was all in great peril. And the last 2 years have taught us that some of those things that we've held dear are not necessarily guaranteed to be allowed to us. One of those things regarding the decision-making arrangements that were put in place here was, of course, to continue to provide smooth decision-making of the council and by the council in unprecedented times that none of us have ever seen before, but that we absolutely knew that we were sailing into. The time has come to end that now, but we know how to do this now. And we know how to keep the wheels turning. And that was what the original motion back in March 2020 sought to create, was the ability to simply keep the wheels moving rather than have everything grind to a halt. I supported that then, and I still support the direction that the council took to keep the wheels turning, because that's our job. The job of the council is to make decisions, not to allow things to stop. And so I would like to acknowledge again, particularly the work here of Mr. Maris regarding setting us up here so that this council would be able to make good, clean, safe decisions from that period March 2020, right through to where we are now. During all of those lockdowns and changes and comings and goings, this has been one of the bedrock safety nets that this council has had. And the safety net, we never let it be turned into a hammock, which we could have done, insofar as we could have said, well, that's fine with these delegations, we'll let the rest of the council go. This had the power for that, and we never sought to do that, to exercise it in that way. About which I'm very, very pleased. And because, of course, the other key thing for this council in that March 2020 period was that Kaipara District Council was the first council in New Zealand to do a fully online meeting under the new world order that we urgently lurched into. And part of the urgent decision makings that we were doing then were in that extraordinary framework. And so, again, Mr. Maris, I acknowledge you and your leadership and work in guiding Kaipara District Council to be a lead decision council in all of New Zealand in this space. And we right now may, for all I know, be one of the only ones that's rescinding any of those similar urgent pandemic notice decisions here. So Kaipara District Council keeping light on its feet and keeping democracy absolutely flowing and keeping the business of this council going is essential as far as I'm concerned, and we've been doing that, and long may we continue to do that. Thank you again, Mr. Maris, for your great work here. Are there any further statements? Councillor Curnow, a closing statement?
Nothing further to add. Yep.
Right, thank you. We're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Tracy Denton. Thank you. Right, so we're moving on now to the noting section of today's agenda. And to the first of these items, which is item number 6.1 in our information section, which is the Kaipara District Council Taumata Arawai Drinking Water Standards and Rules joint submission with all the other councils of Northland. So I'm seeking someone to move this item. Please, Councillor Curnow, and a seconder here. Councillor Vincent, thank you. And joining us this afternoon for this presentation, Dominic Magutso. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, elected members. So I'm here to present the joint submission that we made with the three councils in Northland, the three district councils in Northland. That's Far North District Council and Whangarei District Council. Because of the nature of the timing of the submission, we could not meet with the council earlier to present this. The conclusion of the joint submission was on the 28th when we forwarded our submissions on that day. So today is the earliest day that we could meet with council to show them the submission that we made to Taumata Arawai. So I take the report as read, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dominic. I have a question for you on, oh dear, page 315 of the agenda. Sorry, the document doesn't have page numbers itself.
Can you give us a section number?
Sorry. Section 6.3.
All right, I hope I'll be able to get to that part. I'll try.
Page 315 of the agenda.
What does it talk about?
That
Because
is,
I haven't got the full agenda in its entirety. I've got the sections of this presentation.
Okay, sorry, I'll try and make it simpler for you then. Which one of the sections is it? Hang on.
it's section 6, which covers draft drinking water acceptable solution.
No, sorry, I'm in the submission on drinking. So first thing is page numbers would help for a map and to guide us through all this. So that would have helped. The submission on drinking water acceptable solution for roof water supplies.
Yes.
Okay, so we're with the roof water item, yeah? Thank you. And so I'm at section 6.3 of that. Covers requirements, the endpoint treatment system configuration.
It's page 7 of 8 on the actual PDF.
It's page 7 of 8 in the PDF, sorry. Thank you, Louise.
It's not your page 315 of the agenda.
Page 315 of the agenda. Right, so, yep, looks like that, Tracy-ish, yep. Thank you. So Donna, are you ready?
I'm on the page.
Okay, great, thank you. So it's item 6.3, the final sentence here is a mystery to me. So I'm seeking clarification on this. Also, communities who are not serviced by mains power off-grid would not be able to use this solution. So, for example, what is a community who are not serviced by mains power? What sort of examples are you speaking to? Are you speaking to houses? Are you speaking to individual houses? Yeah. What do you mean by communities who are off-grid here? The eco-village, if they have electricity, are they included? What do we mean here?
Yeah. So it is individual houses that will form a community when you number them or you group them together. But we know that there are individual houses that are off grid, whether it's by choice or because they are just far from an electricity supply. We were not thinking of a community because there's no community that I know that is actually off grid, but we know of individuals that are out of reach for electricity supply that would form a community if you take them into account in terms of their numbers.
Okay, thank you. So kind of, you can see why my question comes is because there are no communities who are not serviced by mains power in that sense. So how it's written is not clear. Yeah, but there are groups of people, for Tinopai, there are large groups of houses that are off-grid. Yeah, for example. But in the sense you're talking here about a group of houses.
Share the water, like from the roof.
No. No, that's not my understanding.
Cover individual dwellings.
So, but the question is about what the definition is and what we're trying to get to is if people are off grid, does that mean that they automatically don't qualify for being measured in this space?
Yeah, I agree with you, Your Worship, that word should have read households rather than communities because of the various interpretations that derive.
Okay, thank you. And so then to come back to Councillor Vincent's point where you're saying individual households don't get assessed in any case, then how then, if this comes back to households, would there be any measure for the mains power on-grid, off-grid to be a decision factor? I'm trying to get clarity on this.
Is that for me?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Yes. So at the moment, the legislation doesn't require or doesn't go down to individuals to be covered under these standards and rules, individual households to be covered under the standards and rules. And although once a person supplies another household, then they become a supplier. So if you've got, yes, so if you've got your roof water connection and you are collecting roof water and then you are supplying it to another household, then you technically become a supplier. So then the exemption for scrutiny would be different for those who are supplying others.
Yes, understood. I understand that. I'm just thinking it's being strangely worded here and actually isn't perhaps fully sensible how it's written. Anyway, thank you. Thank you. I've got a further question. Sorry, we'll come to others just in a second. Just the point above in 6.2, you've mentioned here, again, the final sentence and compliance timeframes should reflect the financial challenges and limited professional capacity available to implement these, especially in remote communities. Now, this is the joint submission from all of the councils in Northland. So are we saying that it's easier for people who are close to the big cities to get the services and much harder for people who are very further away to be getting the same level of engagement from the council staff? Is that what you're talking to here?
I think the reference there to remote communities was for Taumata ROI to consider that there will be those challenges. They need to identify that there will be challenges for those communities that are in remote areas. We don't expect the law to be sparing because of the regional location of households or communities. We expect the same level of application of the law and also the same level of service in terms of the quality of water that individuals receive. But we wanted to highlight the very present challenges that those communities face.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very clear. Thank you. And I'll just now go to your covering paper at the very top of the item and page 2 of this, where you have the implications for kaipara. I'm going to talk here to point number 5, which is the requirement for more staff full-time equivalents, both contractor and internal. This, of course, talks to, I'm reading here, more staff, you're meaning additional, extra staff will be needed in order to make the Taumata ROI system work. That's what you're saying here. And of course,
Yes.
more staff equals rates increases for the Kaipara people, or the Kaipara ratepayers, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just in that, do we have yet, you've said here, in general, there will be a requirement for more staff. Do you have yet any indication on what the size, not in dollars, but of numbers of full-time equivalents may be required by or for Kaipara District Council to meet the new Taumata Arawai water standards? Do you have an indication on that?
We are currently doing that work. It involves some background work in terms of calculating the frequencies of this of monitoring that will be required, and we have created spreadsheets to begin to look at that work. That work hasn't been finished. We've got a staff member working on that. The other councils have done preliminary high-level work for, I think it is Whangarei District Council. When they did theirs, they thought that they would need about 13 FTEs, but that's for the size of the work that they need to do for their particular treatment plants. And they also require more because they have got internal staff working on their treatment plants, whereas we have got contractors working on our water and wastewater treatment plants. So that work is currently happening, and we'll be coming back to report on that.
Thank you, Donick. Thank you very much. That's questions from me. Councillor Wethy, thank you. And then Councillor Curnow.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions, Donny. Just going back onto the same paper that the Mayor was talking about, and throughout that in section 6.2, 6.3, etc., you have, it states here, every serviced building. But for the life of me, I couldn't find any definition for what a serviced building was.
On which part?
Well, if you just go down to any of those, the definition serviced building comes up repeatedly in that whole paper. And that's the paper headed up, submission on drinking water acceptable solution for roof water supplies. And if you go down to page, section 6, 6.2, 6.3, 7, you've got serviced buildings. And I just wanted to find out what actually do they specifically refer to as a serviced building.
Right. Yeah. So I think there's probably a miss in that definition might have been missed by Taumata Arawai. But I'll probably tell you what I think a service building is in this context.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So a service building is a building that has a habitable building that is, and that meets the requirements of the Building Act or the Building Code, where you have got potable water and you've got sanitation as services and people live in it.
Well, so that means council serviced drinking water and wastewater rather than privately catching your own rainwater off the roof and having a private wastewater septic tank system.
Or even a public one like here. You've got potable collection water and a council operated wastewater system. So you've got a mixed.
It's half and half. It's half service.
Half and half. Yeah.
Okay, that's.
So I think that's an area that I think it would be helpful to find out what are they exactly referring to there, because it certainly could have some interesting implications for Kaipara. So if you haven't got it, perhaps put it on the list of queries to ask, Donick.
Yeah,
The other,
I'll do that.
the other one that I'm interested in is your attachment B, which is the new drinking water standards. And if you go down to, I don't know what it doesn't actually have any sections, but it's on the nitrite level, which is existing, has a MAV of 0.2 milligrams per litre. And the proposal is to eradicate it, not having any MAV at all. And councils have agreed to removing that. Now, I've said to that because there is some difficulty in testing for it. However, nitrites and nitrates, and I don't know why nitrates haven't been mentioned, but they're both currently having an increasingly scientific evidence to suggest there's a link between that and bowel cancer in New Zealand. And in the dairying, the areas of New Zealand where the dairying industry is large, they have a surprisingly miles above the World Health Organization's acceptable limits for human consumption. And I'm just a bit concerned that with one broad stroke, this new body the government set up, it's got to be the be-all and end-all of all water supplies that New Zealand's got, is suddenly eliminating a test for a substance that the world is currently focusing on. So what's behind that?
Is that a question for clarification? I mean, it's a highly detailed question here, which may be very difficult for any officer to answer, but it's certainly a very clear statement from you, Councillor Withy.
No, it's
so, Donick, do your best.
Yeah, so I agreed with Councillor Withy in the assertion that he has made about nitrites and nitrates. The Danish study, which is one that is probably the longest study and the highest number of people that that were included in the study, found a statistical correlation, but there is no epidemiological causation that they found. So the World Health Organization, in considering, because most of these MAVs are derived from the guidelines from the World Health Organization. And the World Health Organization, in reaching that, they were considering that without that epidemiological causation, then they couldn't absolutely say that there was a causation link there. So that's what we read from the World Health Organization's latest publication on MAVs.
Oh well, there's no nitrates or nitrites in roof water, so that's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, I just wanted to check for absolute clarity. An individual house that depends on roof water for its water supply, it's not covered by this. Is that right?
Yes, it is not. It is not covered by the standards and rules. In other words, Taumata ROI is not going to be scrutinizing individuals that are catching roof water and consuming it for their families. That those individuals are covered under the Building Act and the Building Code.
Okay.
Somewhere in there in bold print document I saw,
It's a big document. And then just a second question. If Three Waters goes ahead, the work that councils do in this space, the compliance work, that will go with Three Waters? Or will council be left with some of this?
Our understanding is that for the publicly owned assets and the resources that manage those assets, they will be going with the Three Waters entity.
So who will be doing the non-public owned? Say, I'm thinking about the building we're in now, which is owned by a community trust, and it supplies water from the roof. So who will do the compliance work on that?
It will, is it owned by the council or is it owned by a community or a trust?
Owned by a community trust.
Or an incorporation.
Well, yeah.
It will be the trust, just
Right.
like, yeah.
So they're responsible for their own work. And so currently, are they responsible for their own compliance work? Council has no involvement at all at the moment?
We don't, no, the council doesn't.
Only with our public supplies?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
No, sorry, I'll have to correct you there a wee bit. I think if you look on the wall in there, every year, I think council comes and tests the water. There is some, I've read here, that there is some.
So who will do that going forward?
So in other words, sorry, I didn't clarify. So when we say public, so the asset management side of it, will be going to the entity, which is the Three Waters team and so forth. But the arm of council that comes in to do testing for private buildings, that's the health team that's led by Dean Nurali.
Okay.
And I do not think that team will be moving over to the, I could be mistaken, to the Three Waters entity.
So at that point, we think that health compliance team will remain in place, but the water management teams will go.
So from my work regarding the working group here, this regulation and meeting the taumata ROI standards will have to be resourced by councils, and it will be the work of councils, not of the new Three Waters entity.
For those privately trust-owned.
For every scout den and rugby club, for every marae.
Which is what we already do.
For every public church or village hall in the middle of nowhere, the Toka Play Centre, the Kauri Museum and all those buildings, those spaces, it will be Kaipara District Council officers who will be having to do the work of taumata arawai, meeting the standards.
Do we do it on a fee for service basis?
And all of that is to be ascertained into the future.
I think we already do test or charge for the testing.
So anyway.
Okay.
Move into statements here, but one of the great challenges is the significant new costs that are going to have to be met by groups and organisations that have no idea that those costs are coming.
Through this taumata arawai
Correct.
regulation. Yep. Cool. Thank you.
Are there further questions for clarification from Donick? Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Well, to pick up your point, in the rates rise debate, there's a significant increase in water, reticulated water connection, cubic metre, 17%. And the staff report attributed that cost to taumata arawai regulations. Is that why we're seeing an increase in Kaipara District Council water rates?
I can answer that.
So Davidson.
It was 150,000, I think, in additional taumata arawai charges because of the additional testing, both at different, not just at the treatment plant, but also at different points in the network, which is what's going to happen from now on. And it also was increases in operations contracts because we were looking at new contracts for our 3 wardens at the same time.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification of Donick? No further questions. Thank you, Donick. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curnow.
Yes, I just want to congratulate the staff from around the region for this enormous piece of work, responding to this submission, request for submissions. It's extraordinary, and that it goes to. Yeah, ideally, we prefer to have submissions come to us before they go, but I don't know that there's many of us around the table that would have the level of knowledge to be able to add much. Perhaps Councillor Wethy accepted, but most of us would not have much to add to this because it is a highly technical submission document. So yeah, thank you, staff.
Thank you. Are there further statements? Quick statement from me. I always really struggle when the grammar's really bad in the work that's coming from the government agency, and on page 314, it's one of those great things where it actually says population served by the entire drinking water supply must be less than 500 people. And of course, it's fewer than 500 people. And I wish that they'd get that right, because it makes you just go, how can you have confidence in the rest of the work here? The team, Donick and your colleagues of engineers from around the region have done great work here. The system that we have is going to be putting significant new costs onto community groups across Kaipara District for which they are not prepared. And I would urge this council to consider better how we can help those community groups, potentially with community grants or a new way of alerting them to this so that they can be helped into the system. What we do not want is some of the village halls, such as the Marahima Hall, being closed down because its community, which is a cluster of houses, yeah, in the Batley Mangaturoto area, simply cannot afford to meet the new standards of operating a hall where they have funerals and weddings and where the community locally there gathers. Those sorts of places are the very fabric of Kaipara District. The marae, the rugby clubs, the Kaihu Rugby Club, right, is a perfect example, again, of a very important place in the community that will suddenly have significant new costs to meet. Now, I'm not talking here that the standards are bad, and I'm not talking here that the world is not moving on. What I'm talking here about is the fact that our communities are already financially struggling, and these buildings and places that are scattered across our landscapes are going to have new costs put on them. The ratepayers of the council as a whole will also have new costs put onto them, as we've just discussed earlier, regarding the new staff that will be required to be running around, working with all of those organisations and groups. But those groups themselves will have significant new costs in water filtration and to meet drinking water standards particularly, and also potentially septic tank related system standards. As I say, I've said my piece here regarding that I would like the council to potentially consider how in future to find ways to support our community groups. What we don't ever want to see is any of those buildings being shut down because the communities around those places simply cannot afford to meet these new standards. That would be heartbreaking beyond all measure. And at that point, you would have to say that the policy, if you like, would be a failure because it's failed to look after the very thing that it's about, which is the people. And what, as a council, we need to be looking after is both the environment, the place, and the people of this wonderful district. So thank you to Donick and the team from across the region again for the work you're doing here. But it's a very, very dark thing as far as I'm concerned about what may be put onto our people to pay. Are there further statements, elected members? No further statements? All right, thank you. We're putting the noting of this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 6.2, the exceptions report. And Councillor Weddy is moving this. Thank you. And seconder here, Councillor Curnow. Thank you. Louise.
Yep.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. So through the chair, usual practice, happy to take questions in two parts. First part, any questions on the financial aspects of the report?
Councillor Weddy.
Just one question, Louise, just on the capital program. Obviously, we've looked at the forecast annual plan where we're sitting on capital projects, but I noticed that in the infrastructure delivery, we've got projects awaiting business case approval, about 19. Have we any expectation or any idea of how many of those might move out of that category before the end of this financial year?
Through the chair, I've asked Ian also infrastructure delivery manager to do some planning on business case, because it realised that business case manager position that Mark Shores occupies has only been in existence for the last 6 months and they're playing catch up.
Yeah.
So I wanted to give off the planning.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions regarding the financial aspects here? Right, thank you, Louise. Moving on.
So any questions on the non-financial aspects of the report?
Councillor De Olivares Woodcock.
Yeah, I was just seeing the resource consent numbers just sort of hitting a level. You know, the dipped, as Mr. Murray said last time, over Christmas, January, and now they're going up. They've gone up, but there's a sort of levelling approach. Is that?
Sorry, just for clarity, which report are you on page 361 with resource consent applications?
Yes, there's a red line.
The red line that goes down and then.
Yeah, and then at levels.
And then comes up to 36.
Yes.
Yes, yes. So we're on the resource consents on page 361 of the agenda. Yeah, I don't know what number it is on that.
Yeah, just wondering, how's that tracking?
Through your worship, so, you know, there is a significant drop over that December period, like I said, last month, and I think that's because there was quite a bit of activity leading up to December that year, which indicates a drop. We're tracking to be well over again this year. And as I keep signalling every month when this question's asked, we are struggling with our staff at the moment, and you would have seen perhaps a few articles recently in the media about other councils struggling also, and particularly in building and resource consent areas. So I am signalling we are going to, results are going to in the long term. Is just to give you a little bit of sense of what we're doing. I am meeting again with our counterparts in the other councils just to understand where they're at as well and what opportunities there are to perhaps work together. Maybe we just had initial conversations in that space for now.
and keeping an eye on that. Is there an interaction between the finance team and the consenting to look at the macroeconomic situation, inflationary situation?
Yes, so through your worship, the whole of New Zealand is struggling. We cannot get planners, actually. So the environment and the economic environment, which is what you're pointing out, makes a big difference to the number of consents and all that sort of stuff. At the moment, we're just seeing it continue up. There may be a lag in the future.
It's lumpy.
But at this stage, it's not on the near horizon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, councillor Vincent.
Mr Mayor, this is neither a question or a statement, but an explanation that might help. In terms of the resource consents diagram, or that chart there, what I do is look at how much area is occupied between the current year and the previous year. And as we see there, there's a large area in the months from September through to January of real estate, if you like, in that space, compared with, on the other side of the line, a relatively small amount of space from January through to March. So what that's saying is that there are a lot more consents in the year overall have been granted this year than the previous year.
Thank you for that, councillor Vincent. Very good. Thank you, councillor De La Woodcock. Further question?
Yeah, I'm quite fascinated by these graphs at the moment. So page 362, customer interactions received over the past 3 years. Now, if we look at the purple line, that's 2018, 2019, it's consistently much higher and, you know, peaks in August. And then we're the blue line. And I'm just wondering, even with the district growing 100 new, rating units each year, I would have expected customer interactions, even with COVID, to be higher.
Darlene Lang, we'll bring you in here to explain about the peaks that link probably with the rates notices, but also some of the other trends that are behind this.
Yes, through the chair, David puts all these stats for this report. I know that the piece saying the rates, also dog registrations and things like that. Yeah, I'll have to go back to find out what the drop is with the blue line.
So earlier we had an indication from Louise about the customer satisfaction survey from the council, of the council in general. So would you see that the trend, the purple line to the blue line, actually reflects the fact that people in Kaipara district right now would be more satisfied with the council than they were in 2018-19?
So through the chair, I'll probably best answer that. I think that would probably be a leap. We haven't done that correlation analysis. And also, if you go back to 18-19, we were actually tracking quite well. We went through a dip. So I think it would be, okay. I don't think we can make that assumption.
Okay, all right.
Just on that too, remember, it's hard because it's a while ago now, but during that 18-19 period, we were having major issues with the interaction with so many in our community who were putting in resource and building consent applications. And I know from all the contacts I had, they were tearing their hair out, the community members, trying to get through to council. And that is basically completely diminished. So I think that's one of the issues too that's probably in a better frame now than it was then.
So, but the important thing is that it's not that the council's not listening, but it's actually the people aren't coming.
But this isn't toolkit, so I think we probably got a little bit sidetracked with two different conversations. So this graph is just showing you the number of interactions. It's nothing to do with satisfaction.
Yeah.
So I don't think the satisfaction report from the resident survey will bring to a briefing. This is just the number of contacts that our customer services team have had. And then a little bit, and the next part is a little bit of a breakdown as to what those interactions were about. So when you get the briefing on the satisfaction, that will talk a little bit about the areas that have changed and what trends we're seeing, but say different data.
Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
Just to delve into that a little bit more, and on the same page 2, the bar chart above that breaks the interactions down into phone reception and digital. What do we mean by digital?
So through the chair, that's contact electronically.
So an email.
What's the definition there?
Okay, email, website, social media. So that is website visits or inquiries through the website.
Yeah. So, yes, it's right.
Okay. Yeah, because the narrative then goes on to say that interactions are down. However, more customers are choosing to interact using digital channels as the number continues to increase. So that might suggest that people are solving their own needs.
So again, through the chair, I think we shouldn't delve into, I think we just take the data as it is, which is that our customer interactions are down on previous years, although our digital interactions are up on previous months.
Right. Okay.
So as you can see, we're hungry for knowledge, Louise, and inquiring minds about what's going on with the people. Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you. Statements here, Councillor Wethy, over.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, no, I think there's good information here. I think council's in good health financially, as we've already seen on the earlier agenda item. Looking at the forecast for the end of the year, we're in good financial shape. I think the level of economic activity with resource consents and building consents is at a very high level still. And I also take note, which is an area that I was focusing on earlier in earlier meetings, that in the customer services area, the average call abandonment is actually probably the lowest we've actually had for quite a long time, I think, Louise, which is good, because that's nothing frustrates the community who try to contact council more than not being answered and just having to hang up without getting a response. So that's all tracking very well, and I'm sure that underpins some of the results you're telling us about in the so yep, well done. I think we're all looking in good shape, and let's just keep sailing along at this level. We'll get there in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curnow.
Yeah, just supporting that. The statistics look good, but I'm particularly interested in the narrative where it looks like that great place to be where we're doing quite well and we're looking for ways to do even better. So, yes. Start from that.
Thank you. Are there further statements? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If people would like to see evidence of the rate of building activity going on locally, I took a drive down Pearson Street just yesterday. There's a new subdivision at the end there, and I was quite gobsmacked, actually. And to think that I couldn't imagine how many inspections would be required on a weekly basis just for that street. But it's incredible the amount of pressure that obviously the organisation is under, but seems to be performing. So I commend the staff for that.
Thank you. Further statements? No further statements. Thank you, Councillor Wethy. If you'd like a closing statement. All right, thank you. We'll putting the noting of the exceptions report forward now for a vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Louise, again, here is the resolutions register. item number 6.3, and Councillor Vincent would like to move the noting of the resolutions register, and Councillor Joyce Parkey seconding that. Thank you. Louise.
Yep, so as per usual, happy to take any questions.
Councillor Whitty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just under the item 5.5, it's got on the far right column, this is on the Alamar boat ramp and car park improvements, April update to be advised. Do we have a report on that?
The Chair, we're waiting on our consultants coming back. We haven't got that yet.
Okay.
Councillor Kerno.
Yeah, I just want to go to item number 15, which was resolution 5.3 about waste minimisation. And just wondering what the schedule is for when do we see more about that?
So I'm working with the new general manager of infrastructure, and we hope to have something before October of costings. So what we, and primarily on costings on what will happen in the transfer stations. So that then we can go out to tender what we're planning to do. So we'll come back to you with costings to make sure that what the plan is.
So I'm just interested in the government's recent policy work in this space. Has any analysis been done about how we fit in, how our plan fits with that?
I mean, with the recent announcement about money back on the ground.
Yeah, because that actually has quite a significant effect potentially on our contract.
Okay, on one part of it. Thinking that we might be part of the government's plan, but it's not really clear at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I just sort of, it just seems that we've got this plan and now we've got this changes from government that might impact on the viability of parts of our plan. And do we need to do some work on that? And I know from sort of various stakeholders in this area that they are keen to be part of that discussion, not just the contractors, but sustainable people like that are keen to be part of any discussions about how do we make this not just a great plan, but a really realistic plan for everyone that's involved.
And affordable.
Yeah, well, it has to be affordable for everyone involved, otherwise it's not sustainable. Yeah, so just sort of putting that there that we probably need to. Okay, cool.
Thank you. Are there further questions regarding the resolutions register? No further questions. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Statement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to record my pleasure with seeing the significant number of items which now marked as complete. So they won't be there in the next report. And hopefully that will be more of those than come on. And yeah, so it's really good to see things come to a conclusion. So I appreciate the work going in to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce Parkey as seconder.
Nothing further to add. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further statements regarding the resolution register? No, none. Thank you. As we put this to the vote now, the noting of this, all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. At this point, we are at the conclusion of the public part of today's agenda. Just before we put up the next vote, I'd like to just acknowledge all the members of the community who've been very patient watching today's Kaipara District Council public meeting. And we've had no members of the public present with us, but I'm sure many hundreds have been watching online. And it's just a triumph of our technology that we are now taking the systems to the people in this way. So wishing you all a good day out there in viewer land. Have a beautiful afternoon. Kia pai tō ahi ahi. And at this point, we move